Madam, Dr. Ajanta, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Whether my voice is audible, is it clear?
Yes, sir, it is very much clear, sir.
Okay, ma'am. I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Shall we start at 2:05, sir? As
Yeah.
people are joining still now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
So you will allow me to share my screen only at 2:05.
No,
Is it
sir.
right,
You
ma'am?
can share it even now, sir. I will
Okay.
stop sharing, sir.
Okay.
So you can share it, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Shall we start this?
Yes, ma'am. Before that, I have a question, ma'am.
Yes, please, sir.
Will you unmute the participants so that I
Yes,
can
sir.
interact?
Yeah. I will allow the participants to unmute themselves, sir.
Yeah. I will be asking them one or two.
Definitely, sir. It is allowed, actually. Warm greetings to you all. And I'm happy to welcome and introduce our resource person, Dr. K.T. Tamilmani, one of the illustrious English professor, to deliver a keynote address on self-reliance through reforms in higher education. With us, we have a profile of 30 pages about ourselves. A separate session is needed to explore it. For your reference, I'm just going to read a few highlights from his profile. Dr. K.T. Tamilmani is Dean of Academic Affairs, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, Nehru Memorial College, Puttanampatti, Tiruchirappalli. He has 28 years of teaching experience. His areas of research interest are American literature and English language teaching. He is a recipient of the UGC Fellowship for pursuing doctoral research under FIP in 2005. He completed a minor research project funded by the UGC. He is the research supervisor of 4 PhD scholars and 9 MPhil scholars. He extended his service as a member of the doctoral committee and staff selection committee too. He evaluated MPhil dissertation and PhD thesis. He received the Best NCC Officer Award and the Best Teacher of the Year 2020 by the Rotary Club and the Teachers Welfare Organization. He has been a member in various professional bodies like US Consultate Library Chennai, English Language Teachers Association of India, Indo-American Center for International Studies Hyderabad, Association for Scientific Fiction Studies, and Indian Association for Canadian Studies. He has been a member of many academic bodies like Board of Studies, Governing Body, etc. He has many seminars. He has organized many seminars, conferences, workshops, and a faculty development program. And to be noted, some of the programs have been funded by UGC too. He participated in 14 workshops and faculty development programs. He attended 35 seminars and conferences, 20 online conferences, workshops, and FDPs. Our sir has delivered a talk in All India Radio. He has acted as a resource person in various seminars, conferences, workshops, faculty development program, and UGC-sponsored orientation and refresher courses too. To our admiration, the total number of programs is nearly 150. He published research articles in UGC-listed journals, Scopus, and Web of Science indexed journals too. Moreover, we are happy that Sir has rendered his service in NCC as lieutenant for 6 years and conducted many programs for the welfare of the cadets. With this brief as well as extensive note on bio note of our professor, we are going to have an intellectual feast in this session. Sir, I don't want to consume much of your time. We are eagerly waiting to hear you. The session is over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for a very elaborate introduction about me. Thank you so much. I should deserve all the praise that you have given about me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It's our pleasure.
I feel happy to be associated with you in this afternoon to be part of the ICSSR sponsored program on Vision for India 2047. I deem it a great honor conferred upon me to be part of this program and to deliver a keynote address during this session. I would like to thank you profusely for that and the principal Dr. Ganesh Ram, for this opportunity to be a resource person for this national level conference. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, friends, the participants from across the country. I feel very much delighted to meet you all in this virtual platform to share my views about reforms with regard to higher education. The title I have preferred to be focusing here is Self-Reliance Through Reforms in Higher Education. Self-reliance is very much needed for a holistic growth. Self-reliance of the colleges in India, self-reliance of the individual. Self-reliance is a key factor in societal development. Our country can become a vibrant nation only through self-reliance. This is my standpoint. To validate this standpoint, I go with my presentation, my dear friends. Make it very interactive. I requested the organizer to unmute all of the participants so that you can unmute yourself on your own and you can respond to me every now and then. So these are the two objectives in my mind. I will focus myself on 30 minutes each, and there will be interaction, so it will take away around 10 to 20 minutes. The need for educational reforms in the present context. Why do we need reforms as such? Can we not exist without any reform? If you ask me, I will say no. You need reforms every now and then. If you are a growing individual, if you have a growth mindset, you need to reform yourself. I could even say every day reformation is required. Number two, my objective will be on educational reforms as envisaged in the NEP 2020. Hope you have had a copy of it and you have gone through it, and someone might have enlightened you about the NEP, New Educational Policy 2020. So with these two objectives in my mind, I go into my slides. Educational reform. Can any one of you tell me by unmuting yourself, what is the meaning of the word reform? Yeah.
Yeah, it is the way of bringing new initiatives.
Very good, Dr. M. Govindaraj. It's a way of bringing new initiatives to do what, Dr. Govindaraj?
Yeah, it is, I can say in my view that it is going to revolutionize the education sector as a whole. Okay. Because after nearly 2 decades, I feel, I'm not sure about that. These reforms have been
more than 3 decades, Dr. Govindaraj.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, these reforms have been implemented.
Okay.
So I feel that it is a really a good way to proceed with as far as the education sector is concerned. And number two is because of this NEP 2020, the educational institutions who are qualified enough is only going to survive. Because there is no assurance that the students who are studying in first year will stay away with second year and third year also.
Okay.
Because he is free to move on from one institute to another institute.
Right observation.
Yeah, the quality is going to be the only mantra. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Another response has come from the chat, reform. The scholar has separated the word reform with the prefix. Very good. Constructions to suit the need. Very good, Nagalakshmi. Any other individual who would like to put forth your idea? Unmute yourself. Make it interactive. This is afternoon time. Come on. 1 or 2 more responses. Am I audible? Yeah. Correction.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Can you hear from me?
Yeah. Mr. Elilarasan. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, actually, kind of what is called new innovative thinking, which are going to apply in the field of education. That will also inspire the youngsters or newcomers to have the new different way of idea to get the knowledge from the various parts of the world.
Very good. You have given a very comprehensive answer. Very good. So I have something here from the dictionary meaning. I could say that to change a system in order to make it better, we need to have a better version of ourselves, a version of our institutions, our country. We would like to go in for a change. As you all agree with me, change is the order of the day. Without change, you can't do anything. Change is the permanent thing in the world. Everybody knows it. So we need educational reforms to bring in a suitable change in the system, in the educational system, in order to make it better. Better for ourselves, better for the tomorrow. Okay. As a country, India needs, why does India need educational reform at first? We feel that we have a good number of institutions. Is it mandatory to change it? Is it necessary to change it? As you have been answering me, Dr. Govindarajan, Mr. Elilarasan and Nagalakshmi, you people and all others, you have been answering me. We need it. Because we had the previous reform, the old educational policy, in the year 1986, and we have crossed around 36 years, 35 years. So even after crossing 35 years, the things which were highlighted in 1986 educational policy were not completed, were not implemented, were not enforced, were not in effective ways of implementation. So now we have got the new educational policy. And we have a rich tradition. We glorify our nation as one of the foremost runners in the global education. We have got all the glorious Dakshashila, Nalanda type of universities. And we get Santiniketan, Vishwabharati. So people from all over the world came to India and they got themselves educated. We were taking the role of Vishwa Guru, world guru. But right now, within a span of some 20 to 30 years, we have a feeling our higher education system is deteriorating. Is there any disagreement, my friends? Is there any disagreement at this point? Come on. You could voice yourself. Is there any disagreement?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Okay. I go with my presentation. So in order to establish my views in a very effective manner, I would like to touch upon the ecosystem of education from around 60 to 70 years, for about 70 years. So we were passing through education 1.0, version 1.0, say about 1940 or 50. The teacher was considered to be the authority in the classroom. The students were very, very passive listeners. It was mostly teacher-centered educational system. Teacher was considered to be the knowledge giver, epitome of knowledge. He is or she is the source of knowledge. And technology is out of place. So that is education 1.0, version 1.0. Around 60 or 70 or late 70 or beginning early 1980s. Education 2.0. Communication and collaboration, they were considered to be the prime importance of education, especially in English language teaching. A CLT came into existence. Communicative language teaching came into existence. And slowly, there was so much of importance to examinations. And it was also pointed out in 1986 educational policy. This memorization should be done away with. The people who were working for 1986 educational policy were against memorization. They asked the teaching fraternity to de-emphasize memorization. But the other thing has happened. Again, from 1980 or 1990 onwards, a lot of memorization was getting promoted in our classrooms. Again, my dear friends, is there any disagreement? Come on, I need your responses.
No, sir.
No. Okay. Okay. So then and there you respond to me so that I'll be comfortable. Otherwise, I have a feeling that everything goes beyond your head. Since we are all meeting through the virtual platform, I couldn't see your faces. I hope you understand. So number 3, number 3, we have had our focus on students. We were saying like that, but actually the students were not given the prominence. We started talking about student-centered approach in 2.0, Vision 2.0, Education 2.0, but we couldn't do that. Again, in Education 2.0, they stopped talking about the teaching and they talk about learning and learning outcomes. They started talking about task-based learning, and outcome-based learning is a very recent one. Task-based learning, a lot of activity-oriented learning, but they were mostly on papers, not in practice. Not in practice. So in a college or in a school setup, we talk about teaching hours. Unfortunately, we are not talking about learning hours. Teaching is happening. Are you worried about whether learning is happening? So this is the end of Education 2.0. And from 1990 onwards, say about the first decade of 21st century, student-centered approach. Again, it is a kind of continuation from Education 2.0, student-centered approach. But there were additional roles to the teacher. Teacher as the coordinator, teacher as the facilitator, teacher as the guide. So after the arrival of internet in 1993, students, they started searching for knowledge. They started searching for whatever they want. There was a kind of passion from their side. And almost some of the teachers, they started practicing what is known as the flipped classroom method. Now it is gaining currency. And there were more dialogue. So from 1990 onwards, even from 1980 also, in 1980, there were AV equipments, audiovisual equipments, audiovisual gadgets were used. From 1990 and even in the beginning of 2000, there is technology everywhere. And most of our students started learning what is known as self-learning, self-determined learning. So the classical style classroom was no longer in effect. It doesn't exist from there. So in Education 3.0, lesson plans, they have become learning plans. Lesson plans have become learning plans. And now we are passing through Education 4.0. Now we speak about MOOCs, developing a MOOCs course, massive online open courses platform. We train ourselves and we try to become a MOOC course giver, MOOC course teacher. Co-creation and innovation is at the center. And we all follow that flipped classroom techniques. And we make our classrooms more of interactive. A lot of face-to-face communication is recommended and practiced. So learning is also taking place not in the four-walled classrooms, even in their houses. Yesterday, I was addressing to a set of participants at the same time. One of the participants was on a motorcycle from 2:30 to 3:30. She was on the motorcycle listening to me. Then and there, she stops her motorcycle and responds to me in the chat also. She's responding to me in the chat also. And then again, she's driving. Look at that. Education or learning takes place even on the mobile when they are moving. I don't mean the gadget. So whenever and wherever, flip the classroom. It is applied here. And learning is done at home, outside school, while in school, in classroom. So a lot of personalized teaching and learning is taking place in Education 4.0. So this has been made possible because of the technology around us. Now look at, earlier lesson plans became learner plans. Now learner plans, learning plans, now it has become creativity plans. So technology is free and it is accessible by everybody. It is accessible to everyone. So mostly from the past 2 years or 3 years, we started using the virtual platform very often. Many of you are online every day, teaching your students and learning from teachers. So there is continuous evolution of ideas about teaching, changes in education, reforms in education. And that is why teachers, they go for continuous teacher training, training themselves. They undergo a lot of training to develop their teaching aptitude, teaching skill. New knowledge is acquired, new set of skills are acquired. It is happening right now. When this is the scenario, when you are equipped with the wonderful facility, internet facility, all the technological advancements, all the gadgets around, so we should have a grip over the present trend. And you should have familiarized yourself with all the trends. Look at the numbers, it is amazing. Around 62% of the people of the world are using internet. By 2030, it will become 7.5 billion. 7.5 billion. Right now, the population is 9 billion. So in another 8 years, 7.5 billion people will be using. And look at the case of India. Almost 47% of the people are using internet. Particularly the educated circle, you and me, our students. We take the major credit. Around 35%, we take the major credit. So my question is, we require a set of reforms because the world needs it and the situation demands it, and we have to thrive on this competitive world. Look at this call to action. This was reported in 2018 in Hindu English newspaper. It was a kind of warning given by the World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum issued a kind of warning notice to the academic fraternity. Machines will rule the workplace by 2025. So around more than 54% of the India's employees in 12 sectors need reskilling by 2022. My question is whether has it been done? Reskilling of the present employees, has it been done? If you ask me the same question, I will say to some extent. Reskilling is happening. How? Through these type of programs. Things are made available. Things are deliberated. Things are discussed. Some people, they volunteer themselves and they equip themselves. In most of the people cases, they don't pay attention. They are unaware. This is an alarming situation, my dear colleagues. Why do I say this is an alarming situation? Because in vocational education, our curriculum, our higher education curriculum is very, very, very poorly designed. We don't cater to the vocational needs of our country's youth population. So our vocational education or training is given only 5%. When you compare it with the USA, 52%, Germany, 75%, South Korea, see 96% of vocational training. When they are assured of some vocational training and further employment, definitely there will be more takers. So what is your view, my dear friends? Do you think our strength in vocational education should be improved or strengthened? What do you say? What is your opinion?
Yes, of course. It must be strengthened, sir.
Yeah, very poor indeed. 5% of focus is given by our higher education institutions with regard to vocational training. Every college has a placement cell, my dear colleagues. Every college has a placement officer. What are they doing actually? They have some numbers. They have some training programs. Are there any training really imparted? That is the question that we should ask to ourselves. So let me go with my presentation. Reforms. Have we started doing anything to remedy the situation in our country? Yes. Over the last 10 years, our government was very keen on trying to improve the enrollment ratio in higher education. And the government is through the UGC and MHRD, government is trying to improve the teaching level. They have a number of programs. All the teacher training programs imparted by MHRD and UGC, they aimed at improving the quality of teaching learning. And they found out that there are a lot of constraints in the research capacity of the teachers as well as the learners. They need to equip themselves with the latest trends in research. And the government has found that there is uneven growth. There is no proper access to learning opportunities. So these are the needs analysis done by the government. But our government is very keen on providing the opportunities for our 21st century learners. So when they try to provide quality education to the 21st century learners, they would like to retain the past glory of our country. What is the past glory? So our learning was holistic. Indian education was known for its holistic education. It was not only imparting the mental ability, it was also imparting the social adaptability and social responsibility and their physical might. Everything was imparted to them. So that is why the government is very keen on trying to reform all the maladies of higher education, and it is trying to regain its glory which was lost. So now again, the government has found out a major thing. There is a lot of obsession with specialization. We go on specializing in a particular field by ignoring the relevant and the basic things about the particular domain. Our students are unaware of it. Many things are ignored by them. They specialize themselves, but the basic things, they are unaware of it. So we are creating, in a way, we are creating legions of trained manpower. We have got a pool of trained manpower for doing only a certain task. They are not created as problem solvers or leaders. So there is a lot of ad hocism is playing in our curriculum designing and our grading procedures too. This ad hocism is playing the havoc in every field. Let us see how the government is trying to bring in a lot of academic reforms. And we have got all the 5-year plans. Every 5 years, they have a strategic plan for improving the academic activities of higher education institutions, not only in IIT, IIM, in all the state universities and central universities. And one mantra was given to every institution is learner-centric approach. The learner is very, very important. Give him the prominence. It is the standard operating procedure given by the government to almost to all the educational institutions. So there were universities which are underfunded, and some of the universities are given a lot of funding. And somewhere these kind of fundings actually hamper the growth of the particular educational university or an institution. So now the government is thinking about giving them greater autonomy to the colleges. Colleges will be becoming degree granting institutions. Okay, I have a question, my dear friends. So what is your view about on-demand examination? I have something there on the slide. Can any one of you respond to me? Or you ask me to throw light on it? Come on.
Yeah, we want you to throw some more light on this.
Okay, Dr. Govindraj. Okay, I'll do that. Anybody knows about it? Okay. I hope I'm audible, Dr. Govindraj and all others. Dr. Ajanta ma'am, am I audible? I hope everybody is listening.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You're
sir, you are
clearly
audible,
audible.
Okay. On-demand examination. It was decided somewhere in 2018, my dear friends. So it is a practice by Indira Gandhi National Open University. People who are doing their degree courses, degree programs through Indira Gandhi National Open University, you might be knowing that. This was already a practice in Indira Gandhi National Open University, on-demand examination. So when you are ready, you can go and demand that I'm ready for the examination. You can conduct the examination. So if you ask me, what is the connection here, sir? This is going to hit our campuses. This is going to be a reform, major reform from our NEP 2020. It was also one of the recommendations. So every college will be ready with a set of questions, some 10 to 15 question papers in the controller's office, even on the first day of the semester. Imagine Dr. Govindarajan and myself, we go to the classroom and we teach about a week. After that, some of the students in our classes, they stand up and say that, sir, we are ready with our preparation, sir, and we are ready to take up the course, and we are sure that we will earn the credit. So I and Dr. Govindarajan, we may not prevent them. We have to go to the controller's office and tell the university or the college, autonomous college, to conduct the examination. And they will get through and they will focus their attention on some other courses, and they will earn some extra credit, and they will do some other courses, either interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary courses, or some other vocational training. It doesn't mean that they are undermining your teaching. Is it enough, Dr. Govindarajan? Can I proceed further? Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's very clear. Thank you very much.
Okay. So a lot of focus on students. Student-focused syllabi is recommended. That is why outcome-based education emerged. And it was recommended. And now we are moving towards LOCF, Learning Outcome-Based Curriculum Framework. Colleges which have introduced outcome-based education, now they are slowly moving towards LOCF. If your batch has gone out of your college with OB type of education, then you have to move towards LOCF. And my college, Nehru Memorial College, is moving towards LOCF. Maybe from 2023, we have to embrace that. So regular revisions of curriculum. So what will be your reaction, my dear friends here? What will be your reaction? How many years can we keep a curriculum, and within how many years we have to revise the curriculum? What are your opinions? I have been talking a lot. Yes, my dear friends.
Actually, once in 5 years or once in 10 years, it may be good, sir.
Okay,
Because
once
they are going to introduce a particular type of curriculum that has to be experienced with the students.
Okay.
Every year, if you are going to change it, that I don't think so that will serve the purpose.
Okay,
That's
it depends on the subject, Mr. Elilarasan. Some of these subjects, they have almost developments every now and then. For example, in the field of computer science and biotechnology, microbiology, things are changing, things are getting shaped, and every now and then there is a new type of technology is used by them. So they need to update their curriculum. If not, the complete curriculum is changed, there will be some additions. 2 units may be changed. 1 unit may be added. Something like that, Mr. Elilarasan.
Sir, may I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from CMS Business School, Bangalore.
Okay.
So we have a program called Faculty Corporate Interface every year.
Yeah.
So what we will do is every year we used to invite corporate people to our campus.
Okay.
And we will ask for their suggestions.
Okay.
So since ours is a B school,
okay.
we always strongly believe that our curriculum must go in sync with the corporate's expectations.
Nice.
So we expect, we always invite corporate leaders from different industries.
Okay.
Say, for example, sales means we always used to invite people from hardcore sales.
Okay,
so
I understand. I have a question, Dr. Govindarajan. How often you revise your curriculum?
Yeah, that is a year-on-year basis we used to revise.
Okay.
Since ours is a deemed university, we have that autonomy to revise.
Very good. That is a very healthy practice, Dr. Govindarajan. If there is a need, we have to revise the curriculum. Yeah, so in an autonomous college like ours, Nehru Memorial College, which is in Puthanambadi, Tiruchirappalli, that is an aided college, some 50 years old, we have a tradition. 3 years for all the programs. Once in every 3 years, we revise it. And some of the programs, the Board of Study chairman, they say that there are more developments. So we would like to go for a revision in 2 years. It is allowed by our academic council. And some of the programs, Board of Study chairperson, they approach us, they say, within 1 year, we need to some updation to be done in a particular program, particular course. It is also allowed. It depends on the requirement of the society, industry, and the latest developments. We need to equip our learners. So that is why regular revisions of the curriculum is recommended, Mr. Elilarasan. I hope you will try to know more about it.
Sure, I can understand.
Yeah.
That technological, it has to be updated every year.
Yeah, every year.
Okay, so only I mentioned.
Okay. Yeah, your views are welcome, Elilarasan. Keep on contributing. So with all these changes, our country is trying to do something which is very, very beneficial to every learner. And it is trying to be very, very inclusive. And there are many reforms which are underway. Before we touch upon the reforms as such, let me ask a question. How many students are there in Indian higher education right now? Because we are catering to their needs. All these reforms are going to be beneficial to them. Can you guess and tell me without any Google search, please? How many students are there? Come on. No Google search. You may not be able to find it out, the exact number. Come on. The hall is silent. Friends?
I think it is very minimum, sir, throughout India.
Yeah. Tell me a number, Mr. Elilarasan.
Not exact.
Okay. Not exact, huh? You don't know. Okay. Any other individual? There are many young scholars here. Are you answering through the chat? Okay, there are many responses.
Sir, it's a 12% in higher education.
Yeah, can you say it in numbers? It's not percentage. In numbers, how many takers are there right now in higher education?
No, so I cannot say number, but I think it is 10 to 12%, I think.
Okay, okay. Chameli Mandal. Okay. Where are you from? Are you from West Bengal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Good. The number would be around 38.5 million, Chameli Mandal.
Yes.
38.5 million right now. So not even 4 crores, my dear friends here, not even 4 crores. So the entry into higher education is very, very, very less. Okay, we will touch upon it later. So our country, through its all the efforts mentioned in the NEP 2020, is trying to develop good, thoughtful, well-rounded, creative individuals. So I quoted these words from NEP 2020. Good, thoughtful, well-rounded, creative individuals. All these 4 terms, they have a lot to say. Good, thoughtful, well-rounded, creative individuals. In order to ensure this, it is suggesting a lot of reforms in academic side, in administrative side, and in financial side. And somehow this affiliating system of colleges, affiliating university system is going to be done away with. In another 15 years, this affiliation system will be wiped out totally. Slowly, affiliating system will be going. So there is a national mission on mentoring. All the reputed institutions are given the power to mentor an institution in the making, a recently started institution. So mentoring is done through all the reputed institutions. I hope all of you know about it. Paramarsh scheme by MHRD. Colleges with A++ grade, they can go and train the budding college, a college with 5 years of track record. And the government is very keen on providing an independent board of governors to govern the academic activities, the assessment parameters, and it is also trying to do a lot of reforms. I hope you will, you might be knowing that. Right now, there are a lot of mandatory disclosures posted by every college in the college website about the infrastructure, about the staff quality, about the publication. So every now and then they have to update all these details in the college website. This is a kind of very good healthy practice, self-disclosure. This self-disclosure is done in order to ensure transparency. So this is going to be augmented in the future. All the assessment and all the accreditation bodies, they may not visit your campus. No AICT people visiting our institution, or no NBA people visiting our institution, no NAC people visiting our institution. They'll be sitting in their place and they will be monitoring us, and based on the transparency system, which has got a lot of self-disclosure documents which were uploaded in the website, will speak for us. Based on that self-disclosures, the grading is going to be given to us. Like the NIRF is right now functioning. For getting NIRF ranking, no committee is visiting our campus. And the NEP is trying to promote a lot of private philanthropic partnership, like the things happening in the US and in the European countries. And there will be a monitoring mechanism on fee fixation, because there are takers who cannot afford to the education. So fee fixation will be taken care of by the new educational policy. Ms. Anuradha Kumari. Okay. Public investment in education sector is aimed to reach 6%. Right now, it is very, very low. So these are the positive things which were mentioned in the NEP 2020. I will throw more light on it later. So this is a major change which you are watching it in the slide right now. Multiple entry and exit. So this will create a lot of speculations in your mind. Sir, already students are not very attentive and they don't come to our classes regularly. If the government is giving them this provision, multiple entry and multiple exit. So what do we mean by that actually? Imagine there is a boy or a girl who joins a degree program of 3 years duration, and she is simply dropping out from the first year. Then he or she may be given a certificate in that particular discipline because he has completed 1 year. Suppose if he completes 2 years, then he may be or she may be given a diploma. If he is able to complete all the 3 year, 6 semesters, and then the degree is granted. The same boy who has completed 1 year certificate program here, maybe after a gap of 1 year, he may come and continue in the same institution, or he can or she can approach another institution. That is multiple entry and multiple exit. This is permitted by NEP 2020. We will have our own doubts. Dear friends, definitely there will be some checks and balances. Checks and balances, and it will not allow to do any kind of untoward things. It will minimize such kind of untoward things. And NEP is very much keen on promoting a lot of multidisciplinary educational courses. The recent visit made by the NACPIA team to our institution was insisting on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary aspects in every discipline. When they visited our departments, they went on saying about it. You combine with the Department of Tamil, and you also combine with the Department of Economics. You do something related to all the financial policies of the government. And they also even suggested to work in alignment with the Department of Botany. And they were also giving some ideas. So I cannot fight with them that I'm a man from Department of English. How can I go do something related to botany? The Vice Chancellor who visited us was giving me a lot of inputs, all acceptable inputs. And now we explore the possibilities to have some tie-up with even science departments. We had our own tie-up with the Department of Translation, Department of Journalism, okay. Department of Mass Media, okay. Now there is a strange possibility that we can go and have some kind of collaborative activity with even science disciplines. So MPhil is going to be discontinued. And the SAT style college, Scholastic Aptitude Test type of test, and what are the requirements of taking up the test will be focused here. So all these deemed universities and affiliating universities, all these things will be wiped out. There will be only one nomenclature university. No deemed university, no granting a state government granting university, something like that. University. And what is the intention of our government? It is also trying to invite global universities to have off-campus here in India. And similarly, some of the reputed institutions and universities in India will be allowed to go and set up their own off-campus in foreign countries. I'm not exaggerating anything, my dear colleagues. Way back in 2010, I was attending a World Education Summit in Hyderabad. There were around 900 universities across the globe. They were all exploring the possibility to have a twinning program. Some of the universities in India will allow the students to go there for the third-year program or second-year program, and some of the programs students will come here, and they have got an MOU Many popular universities. It is happening right now. Might be in your universities, in your college, might be happening. And this is the aim. By 2025, they would like to increase the gross enrollment ratio to 50%. What is the present enrollment ratio, my dear colleagues? Can any one of you tell me? What is the present enrollment ratio right now? Come on. Break your silence. Come on, I need your responses. No idea. Okay, Priyanka Yadav, no idea. Others? Yeah. Yes. The time is running out. So I'll be sent out in another 30 minutes by the coordinator of the program. Come on. Let me complete all the slides, my dear friends. Hello? Yes. So I think in the chat, 20 to 30% is agreeable, 20 to 30%, somewhere around 27.5 or 6, Nagalakshmi, maybe 10% is very less. Samiksha Swati, it's very less. Ms. Tille Naigi, you have written something. Yeah, 29.3 is a little bit higher. Tille Naigi, 15% is not correct. Okay. So this is our aim. From 27.2 to 50% in 2035. So how can we achieve that? How can we achieve that? So I asked a question earlier, how many students are there in higher education institutions? I told you 38.5 million. 38.5 million. So imagine now we are in 2022. In 2035 means another 13 years to go. Within 13 years, we have to reach around 14 crores. From 4 crores to 14 crores. 10 crores of enrollment without compromising the quality. It is aimed at through NEP 2020. Let us see, we are going to witness it. See, in UG program, the years can be 3 years or 4 years, depending on the course content. Suppose you are taking up a 4-year degree program, maybe in the 4th year, a lot of focus will be on research. Even in PG program also, the 2nd year may be giving a lot of thrust for research. As we all know, either teaching universities will be there or research universities will be there, or degree granting autonomous colleges will be there. And in the long run, the degree granting autonomous colleges will become either a teaching university in full swing or a research university in full swing. And this major reform, credit transfer and academic bank of credits, is already been introduced. It has been recommended by UGC, already been introduced. People who are going to get the credits can transfer it. People who earn a credit from other colleges can transfer it to the parent institution. It is allowed. So from here also, it is allowed there. So research intensive and teaching intensive universities, as I told you just now, and modern multidisciplinary education, this MERU will be the future order in another 5 years or 10 years. Our own existing state universities and the institutions, they may become a multidisciplinary educational research university. So again and again, this has been pointed out by every educational commission or committee. There is a shortage of faculty in our educational institutions. Acute shortage. Recruitment has not happened properly. A lot of vacancies existing. So it results in poor teaching learning. Most of the time, the students are free and they don't spend their time for self-learning. Instead, they while away the time. Look at the population which is getting educated. It is only 18.8. So when we compare ourselves, China is educating around 28%. Again, South Korea is in the lead. South Korea is educating 91% of the youth. Almost it was like compulsory education they are giving. Look at our own condition in our country. So we make them for the industry, but they are not ready for the society. They are not ready for the public life. They are trained to make themselves competent enough or suitable to the corporate requirements. So our own top class educational premier institutes like IIT Delhi, it is ranked at 115th rank. And IIT Bombay, it is at 174th rank out of the 200. Imagine. This is not something a pride to think about it. So what is the reform actually required and what is said in NEP? It is trying to make or allow the students to stand up and become something or creating something out of himself or herself. That is what is required. A kind of 360-degree development. A kind of 360-degree development is required from the learner, and it is you and me to cater to the needs in our campuses, either in college or in university. And again, look at the policy makers in America and in China. In America, they think about 20 to 25 years ago. In China, 40 to 50 years ago. And let us all be delighted. In India now, through this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we are able to have a vision for 2047. So we are ahead of 24 years, and we are thinking ahead of 25 years. In a way, it is good. And NEP is almost predicting a lot of good things. And we hope that all these things will be giving us the impetus, and we will travel in the right direction. So what are all the problems that we are facing? If you can know that, then there may be some amount of steps can be taken by us. So there is less emphasis on cognitive skills. It is a major problem in higher education. The learner's cognitive ability with regard to higher order thinking is missing. They are unable to formulate their own ideas. They need somebody as a crutch. Sometimes the teacher, sometimes the senior, sometimes the fellow classmates. So their cognitive skills are underdeveloped. And this rigid separation of disciplines for about 30 to 40 years, and the narrow areas of study, that comprehensiveness is missing in every discipline, my dear colleagues. They specialize themselves. This compartmentalization is hampering their growth. This is an observation. And limited access to a certain amount of people, say the economically well-developed families can afford to send their wards, sons and daughters, to a good reputed institution. We cannot think of paying the fees, enormous fees, exorbitant fees. And the other things from the administrative side, a lot of inadequate mechanism, merit-based career management is missing in many campuses. All nepotism, all networking, which is in practice. And low standards of undergraduation. A lot of people were provided with graduate degrees, undergraduate degrees, without any quality. They have got the graduation. They don't have the graduate attributes. It is missing in them. Come on, my dear colleagues. What is your view? Dear colleagues, Can you respond to me? Do you think that our graduates are competent enough? Our graduates have all the graduate attributes? What is your view? Come on. You can unmute yourself. I think there is a response in the chat. Priyanka Yadav saying yes. Okay. Okay. You asked me to go ahead, Ms. Priyanka. Okay. So RUSA is implementing a lot of reforms with regard to the affiliation system, academic system, evaluation system, and it is trying to enable all the educational institutions to become innovative. And it is also trying to remove the lot of regional imbalances, and it is trying to make access to everybody and a lot of steps for removing the imbalance by the RUSA initiatives. Because now, right now, we are undergoing the RUSA initiative implementation window period, 2017 to 2022. And this is getting over by this year. RUSA initiative, RUSA reforms, Rashtriya Shiksha Uchadar Abhiyan. And it highlights a lot of priorities for women, a lot of priorities for minorities, and a lot of priorities for disabled people. So apart from RUSA, NEP has a lot of reforms-driven policies. So now, right now, their indication is that there will be only 3 types of institutions: research intensive, teaching intensive, autonomous degree granting. And these are all going to be abolished. Affiliating university, affiliating technical university, unitary university, these are all going to be abolished. And they ask every college and university to have an IDP, institutional development plan. Right now, we have got academic plan. So now NEP says that every institution should have institutional development plan. So the institutional development plan will have a lot of policy matters by the institution. Some of the youngsters who are the research scholars and postgraduate students here, when you are going to be employed in the future colleges and future universities, you have a possibility of getting fast-track promotion. If you can do well in teaching, learning, and research, your promotion is doubled. You will get promoted quickly. There will be fast-track promotion system highlighted in the NEP 2020, my dear colleagues. Will you welcome it? Some of you can respond to me. Will you welcome it? You need not wait for getting, you need not wait for getting the promotion after 4 years or 5 years. If you could do some quality work within 2 years, you are getting your promotion. And this will be mentioned in the institutional development plan. If you can achieve that, you are through with the promotion. You'll be climbing the ladder. There is another response in the chat. Anuradha Kumari. Yes, okay, good. Look at, as I was climbing in the beginning, restoring the status, Vishwaguru status for India and our own institutions. And twinning program, it is also recommended in NEP. And what is the primary reason behind it? We would like to incorporate all the formal, informal, physical, virtual elements to enhance the learning experience of our learners. As we all know, in Banabhatta's Kadambari, the list of 64 arts were mentioned. What do they actually mean? The 64 arts include everything: knowledge in mathematics, knowledge in vocational subjects, knowledge in oration, knowledge in writing, knowledge in martial arts, knowledge in everything, knowledge of many arts. And we should feel very happy about it, my dear colleagues. It was imparted in our campuses, in universities like Nalanda and Dakshashila. There were around 10,000 students at a time. When the world was looking at us as the center of knowledge. And that is the glory our government is trying to establish. And these are the 21st century skills to be focused upon by the educational institutions. The ways of thinking of the learners, the ways of working of the working people, and people are going to be employed. And the tools for working, how well they can operate the tools, and the skill set which is required for living happily in the world. These are the 4 things to be focused by every educational institution. And there are new models of education which is coming here. Increased emphasis will be on the communication ability of the learner. There will be a lot of discussion, and there will be a lot of debate, a lot of research and opportunities for carrying out cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary thinking. There will be a sponsorship for programs like this, sponsored by ICSSR. Now you have a kind of galaxy of people from economics, people from management studies, people from English, people from other social sciences. So now you have a gamut of people. Now they pamper you with some information. So this is going to be the order of the day. You will have a lot of multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary conferences. Don't miss it, my dear friends. You can go for your subject-specific seminars and conferences, but this will be a kind of treat for you to listen to people from other domains. This I already touched upon. Academic Bank of Credits is already implemented. And 3 to 4 year, 3 plus 2 in the second year will be devoted for research. And Meru, I told you. And our own credit system will also on the basis of criterion basis. Like the NAC assessment is done on 7-point criteria, criterion 1, criterion 2, like that, you will have some 10 criterion or 15 criterion. So on that basis, you will be gaining some score in every criterion. So it will be criterion based assessment will be introduced, and there will be a lot of upskill program in order to cater to the vocational training demands from the learner side. So I told you about the multidisciplinary universities. By 2030, in every district in our country, there will be, at least nearby, there will be a multidisciplinary university in another 8 years. So directly, I am suggesting you, my dear colleagues here, research scholars and teachers, if you are a research scholar, think about doing something, some kind of knowledge accumulation in multidisciplinary field, so that you will get an employment when every university will get a multidisciplinary university. For example, there are around 748 districts in India. 748 districts in India. So there is a possibility there may be some 500 to 600 multidisciplinary universities in another 8 years. Keep yourself ready. Update yourself in multidisciplinary areas. And a lot of open distance learning. Colleges will be empowered to offer online courses. Already came in the newspaper. From July 2022 onwards, 900 colleges of India are permitted to offer open distance learning courses. Because we cannot go and study in a reputed college in Delhi or Hyderabad or Calcutta. But when they offer online courses, open distance learning courses, the very same curriculum, very same teaching parameters, methodology is followed through online, maybe at a less cost. You are afford to. You can have the access. And another major breakthrough, it's a blessing in disguise. Medium of instruction will be in local or Indian regional languages. It's a major boon. If you can understand the subject-specific ideas in your mother tongue, in your regional language, it will be better. This is what Finland system of education is following. In Finland, you have got every teacher. There will be a teacher from Sri Lanka, there will be a teacher from Tamil Nadu, there will be a teacher from Kerala. Because there are children from that countries, they need teacher in Malayalam language, they need teacher in Sinhala. So medium of instruction will be in local or Indian regional languages. And the another thing, very interesting thing is higher education clusters is a major reform. Already UGC has introduced a cluster colleges concept. There are 4 or 5 colleges, they can collaborate they can form a cluster, they can share their knowledge. The teaching fraternity can go and visit another institution and share their expertise. Another teacher, the teachers from that college, they can come here. It is already in practice. This knowledge hub, like we had in the globalization implementation period, special economic zone. Right now, NEP is promoting special educational zone. For example, if you don't understand, for example, in Coimbatore region, there will be a knowledge hub to promote all studies related to textile. In Cochin region, there will be a knowledge hub to promote all studies related to marine or ship related or aquaculture related. The university, the knowledge hub will focus on that particular domain. I hope you get the point. Yes or no, my dear friends? Come on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. I hope you are all with me. Huh? Hope I am not boring you with my presentation in the name of reforms. Huh? Okay. Look at here. The GER in our country is around 27.1, and it is going to be 50% by 2035. Fortunately, in Tamil Nadu, we have got around 49%. So we are far ahead, my dear friends from Tamil Nadu. So we are not waiting for 2035 to come. In 2022 itself, we have arrived at 49%. And in NEP, there is a clear mentioning of gender balance in admission. If you ask me the admission details of Tamil Nadu colleges, right now, there are around 2,466 colleges in Tamil Nadu. 2,466 colleges in Tamil Nadu. And we have got around 49% or 49.1% enrollment ratio, out of which this gender balance is maintained. Male students are 49.8 and female students are 48.3. So we maintain a kind of gender balance in our admission. We are ahead. Though we oppose to, as a state, we oppose to some of the points in NEP. And we have got a lot of agreement towards the inputs related to higher education, because we have been already following that. By 2035, our gross enrollment ratio will be somewhat around 70. We will be achieving that in another 13 years, from 49 to 70. I'm not exaggerating, my friends. From the statistics, I'm saying you. So conducting a lot of programs for socially and economically disadvantaged groups. They call it SEDGS, a word from NEP 2020. And conducting a lot of outreach programs. Outreach programs about the facilities, the provisions, the ambience, the scholarships provided in higher education institutions, to make it available to everybody. And blended learning is also promoted, and it is in UGC recommendation. It came to all other institutions already. Blended learning model is recommended. And we would like to make use of, this is a major reform justified in the NEP 2020. All the existing assets. For example, in Bharatdasan University, the Department of Animal Science is well equipped. They have got a wonderful laboratory, state-of-the-art laboratory. And they have a provision. It is made available to all the 150 affiliated colleges of Bharatdasan University. They have written a letter to all the colleges. Those who are doing a course in program in botany and zoology can visit the laboratory and they can make use of the facility there. It was created with crores of money. If it is utilized by every now and then, all the 365 days for learning purpose, it is good for the country. So the existing resource of another institution, if it is not utilized properly, if it is underutilized, that can be used. This is also a major reform towards resource efficiency. I hope you get the point. If you have doubts, you can ask me. So in 4.0, ecosystem of education 4.0, it is very much clearly says that it is connected to the learner, it is focusing on the learner, and it is also it's a performance demonstration by the learner and led by the learner. So there is a lot of promotion of self-determined learning. And the learner will decide what to learn, where to learn, when to learn, how to learn, why to learn. That is why our NAC and NIRF bodies, they insist on us to post everything we do on the campus in the website. The website is your address. The website is the gateway to your college. People will go through your website before they get admitted, get themselves admitted. Okay, I will move. Dr. Ajanta ma'am, how much time will you spare me? Another 5 minutes?
Yes, sir, you can take your time, sir.
Okay. This undergraduate sector, I told you about, a lot of focus on undergraduate education. A lot of graduates were produced, but without any quality. Some of the governments, they give a lot of schemes for promoting GER. In Telangana, they have a course on gender education. It is made compulsory. In Assam, the polytechnic education and the three-year degree education and polytechnic diploma courses were made available free of cost. In Delhi University, it has decided to send teachers to go abroad to get themselves trained in the latest trends in teaching and technology with a sponsor. And in Himachal, those who are the top rankers are given free laptops in colleges, not in schools. It was not a free laptop. Those who achieve a lot. And the industry linkages are given very, very prominence, and universities are recommended to have constant interaction with industries, like the idea shared by Dr. M. Govindaraj here. Assessment is also given more prominence. Assessment, evaluation is a crucial part of every education institution. It provides the accountability, because we have not been giving so much focus to the learning pursuits of the learner. So it promoted a lot of cramming, a lot of memorization. So it was an accusation by everybody that we should focus on the analytical ability. This is said by Sam Petroda. We should focus on creative thinking and critical thinking of the learner. It should be at the premium level. This was an observation and recommendation. So lower order thinking should be replaced with the higher order thinking. Our students should be able to construct knowledge. They should be able to produce enough knowledge. They should be able to mesh new knowledge. That should be our aim. That should be our aim in the higher education scenario. Online appraisal or online education has come to stay with us. A lot of online activities are going on. Online examinations are conducted. So how far they are effective? Let us have a kind of critique. Apart from the digital divide, there are some areas which do not have the proper access to internet. So we'll have some hiccups, some difficulty. But there are some areas, some regions, some students still they don't have any access to all the gadgets and all. They still keep themselves away from it. This has to be addressed to. This has to be taken care of. Now, for another 2 to 3 minutes, I will ask some of you to respond. What is this OBE? It is not outcome-based education. What is the other OBE, which is not right now practiced by every campus? Come on. If you don't know, let me not waste the time. Okay. I think this is the thing I would like to focus on. Open book examination. For about 2 minutes, I will focus on it. Then I'll wind up my session. You can ask me your questions. Open book examination. This is a major reform, my dear colleagues. In another 2 to 3 years, every campus will have our courses. At least half of the courses will be coming under open book examination. Don't feel that I am exaggerating. No. So it has been already practiced and implemented successfully by University of Delhi. If there are people from University of Delhi, they will agree with me. This is a format for assessment. This is a format for assessment already in law degree programs. They have been doing this. They carry any number of books to the examination hall. They have to refer to it. It is allowed in law examination. But slowly, it is also recommended in this scenario, in pandemic situation in the year 2020, August, Delhi University was very keen on conducting open book examination because it was trying to conduct examination for more than 2 lakh students. They cannot go to the campus. They cannot go and take up the examination. So open book examination was the only option. There are so many myths about open book examination. It is not easy. It is a myth. It is not easy. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for the learner as well as for the students. The students have to study a lot. The students have to be thorough with what they are preparing. They have to be thorough with that. Then they can locate the answers. I feel happy that I was a product of open book examination system in my premier institute, English and Foreign Languages University in Hyderabad. Way back in 1998, I had a paper in open book examination type. So only in that paper, I secured the minimum grade, C grade. In all other traditional type of examination, I secured a B or B+. But in open book examination, 6 hours examination, I took some 20 books with me with a lunch break of 1 hour. I couldn't do well because the questions are hypothetical. Look at the way in which it was conducted. On August 31st, 2020, Delhi University conducted examination successfully for 2,40,000 students. So many of them complied and it was justified by the university authorities. You can read it later. And there are 2 types. You can sit in front of a camera. You will be proctored by a supervisor. Sit down, open book. You can carry any books, but you will be under vigilance. But there is another type, take home open book examination. You can go and take home and you can refer anything and you can write. Mind it, my dear colleagues, it has got a lot of advantages. It has got a lot of advantages. There is no need for recall. You can alter your answers, you can rewrite, you can strike it off and you can rewrite. And it will enhance your retrieval skill. That is the need actually. But in open book examination, you have got a lot of disadvantages too. You cannot ensure the equality. Some of the people who have the advanced level of equipment, they can have more access. They may be scoring well. There will be some inequality. And in open book examination, if you are proctored by someone, you need more desk space. You have to carry a number of books. And it will be time consuming. As I told you, I was part of this program, 6 hours of writing open book examination, but I couldn't do well. I couldn't have a sense of satisfaction at the end of the 6th hour. I know very well that I will be getting a poor grade. Time consuming. So what type of things can be asked? A lot of hypothetical questions. 5 questions will be enough to test 3 hours examination. 5 questions, a lot of hypothetical questions. A lot of analytical ability should be there. A lot of application ability should be there. A lot of synthesizing ability should be there. I hope, my dear friends, there's a vision for India 2047 is asking you to respond through the government portal. They are asking your opinion. As a stakeholder, you can say about some kind of strategic plan to the government of India. So it is kept open. This Vision India 2047 is kept open through the government portal, My Government portal. You can go there and you can voice your opinion. You can express your views. You can say your recommendations. You can spell out your strategies for making our country a vibrant nation. With this, I ask a simple question. Can India become a hub of global education? This is the final question, my dear colleagues. If you can do all these reforms, can India become a hub of global education?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Govindaraj. Any other individual? Okay. Definitely, my dear colleagues, India will become a global champion in another 8 years. There will be 140 million students. So one in every graduate in the world will be a product of India, might be your college or your university product. I wish you all the very best. I have done with my presentation. I told you about the need for educational reforms and the educational reforms as envisaged in NEP 2020 so far. Now, this is the time for your questions. I stop presenting my screen. Your questions are invited.
Sir, may I?
Yeah, Dr. Govindraj.
Sir, as far as this NEP is concerned, everything is fine. What only thing I couldn't understand is imparting education in our mother tongue, right?
Yeah, yeah.
A country like India, especially if you take the case of our own state of Tamil Nadu,
Yeah.
The admissions for government schools are maybe due to this pandemic, it would have got increased now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, in the past 1 decade or so, we have seen that the admissions were coming down drastically because parents are not interested to put their wards in Tamil medium schools. So everyone is interested to put their wards only in English medium schools. So that is the attitude. How we can go back to teaching in our own mother tongue. That is number one. Number two is for a technical courses like that of engineering or medical or even management courses like that, we don't have much textbooks in our own mother tongue. And all the world-class textbooks it has to be translated into our mother tongue. That is going to be a very big task. That is the only concern. Could you please throw some more light on that?
Definitely. Dr. Govindarajan, you speak about the misconception from the parent side that if they can acquire things in English, they will master everything. No, it is a language. They can they can go to different parts of the world with the help of the language. When they acquire proficiency in English, it is not equivalent to acquiring a greater deep understanding of a particular subject or gaining mastery over a subject. This is a misconception from the parent side. So when you learn a language, when you are very thorough with in a particular language, that is your mother tongue, if things are made available in mother tongue, there will be better comprehension, there will be deeper understanding. This has been proved. You can read about it more about the mother tongue mother tongue type of methodology you adopted. It promotes a lot of learning. It promotes a lot of clarity. And they can be supplemented with proficiency in English, so that they will have quicker access to all the resources available through library, all through web resources, as you said. So I have answered both your questions, Dr. Govindraj. Any other individual?
Sir?
This is your time. Yeah, this is your time. Learner-Centric.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for your elaborately. You have also explained about the concept. And actually, it is very relevant today. My appreciation to you. And you have a eroded knowledge about the field of education. So thank you for your contribution. And for my only concern is that new education policy is meant for India. There's no doubt at all. Because why I'm asking, in southern part of India, we have enough of facilities regarding educational institution. Whereas it compared with North India, but they lack. In that case, there will be a lot of difference between the students from southern part, students from the northern part. So how it is going to be solved the problem?
Yeah. That is why they have got a lot of vertical growth identified in the NEP. All that vertical growth, number 1, 2, 3, they will have a lot of governing bodies, governing mechanisms to cater to the needs, to remove the imbalances. As I told you, there are around 748 districts in India. So there will be a multidisciplinary university in 748 districts in near future, in another 8 years. Likewise, they have a slew of schemes to promote equity and access made available to every citizen of our country. Do you know, Mr. Elilarasan, the very smallest state in India, which has the largest GER, that is Sikkim. In Sikkim, there are only 16 colleges. But they are the first in GER. They have a GER rate of 52%. And the second place goes to Chandigarh Chandigarh comes around 50.6% of GER. That is a union territory. And only third place is occupied by our own state, Tamil Nadu. It is 49. Imagine. So somehow government is trying to remove all the hurdles and trying to make equally available resources to every state, every district. There will be special educational zone every here and there. Every state will have some 5 to 7 SEZ, special educational zone. So likewise, all these inequalities and problems will be addressed by the government. Yeah. Any other question? Because I have exceeded my time. Dr. Ajanta will be waiting to go to the next session. Yes, my dear friends, have you typed any questions there in the, if the measures are taken without delay? Okay, it will be done. Okay, any other question? Just one more question.
Sir, I am Dr. V. Charan Kumar.
Yeah.
Asking one question, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, teacher education colleges are closed due to paucity of admissions. So many colleges are closed. How to develop the teacher education in future years, sir? Yeah. It's a very good, valid question, Dr. Charan Kumar. In the NEP 2020, there is a clear mentioning of retaining the quality in teacher education colleges, because there was a contention that teacher education graduates are without quality and they are getting promoted. B.Ed degrees are sold. It was an accusation on the part of the teacher education field. So, in order to remove all that malpractices and bad practices there, government has a mechanism to ensure quality in teacher education. They are not going to wipe out any type of teacher education as such. Instead, they have some alternative mechanism to ensure quality and retain the sacredness associated with the teaching profession. It will be there, Dr. Charan Kumar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And Dr. Ajanta, ma'am, thank you so much for the platform.
It's our privilege to serve.
Yeah.
Shall we close with a word of thanks, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing gratitude is one of the simplest yet most powerful things of human. I'm sure that mere words are not enough to express my gratitude to our resource person, Dr. Tamilmani. Thank you, sir, for your enormous energy and aspiration in enlightening the session. Sir, you have taken the event to greater levels with your passionate and invigorating speech. Your remarks triggered new ideas that will benefit our academic and research pursuit for years to come. We will be looking forward to having more of your presence at our future events too, sir. Thank you once again, sir, for accepting our invitation and enriching us in this session.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dear participants, we have posted a link for this feedback link for this session. Kindly fill it up. And the paper presenters have to join in your respective meeting links posted in our WhatsApp group at 4 o'clock. Session number 7, the paper presenters who are in session number 7, you have to be in this same Zoom link. The other presenters how to join their respective Google meetings given in our group.
So for session 7, we can stay here now,
Yes,
madam.
we can stay in the same group, sir.
Thank you.
The session will start at 4, sir.
Others we may leave now. Yes.
Others you can leave, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am, where is the Google Meet link? We have not received it in the WhatsApp group.
The meeting link has been posted as a PDF file. Just click on the link and you can get into the meeting.
Okay.
And the meeting will start only at 4.
Okay, ma'am.
ఈ మొత్తానికి లేకుండా అయిందే. ఆయనగా అంటే మీకైనా పొద్దున్న వచ్చింది కదా, అవదా
Good evening, sir.
Very good evening.
So shall we start the session?
Yes.
I welcome Dr. Debashis Nandi, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Qazi Nazrul University, Asansol, to chair the session today.
Okay, very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I would like to convey my special gratitude to C.S. Ramaswamy Naidu Memorial College, Chattur, Tamil Nadu, for organizing such a very insightful seminar sponsor on a 3-day national disciplinary conference sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research, New Delhi. Especially, I would like to convey my special thanks to Dr. B. Ajunta Parthasarathi ma'am, Associate NCC Officer, Sri SRNM College, for inviting me and for giving me such an opportunity to chair over the session. So, with these few words, I would like to start today's session. There are almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16 paper presenters. So I will serially call the paper presenters to present their papers. Ma'am, can you tell me how long they will present?
So for presentation, they will take 5 minutes, sir, and for question answer, if there are any question answers, it will be for 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. 1 minute. Okay, may I start?
Yes, please, sir.
Yes. First paper presenter is Bhavna. She will be speaking on gender-based violence and development, a study of Muzaffarnagar in India. Please.
Bhavna, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good evening to all. Actually, I want some time. My laptop is taking time to on. So, will I give my presentation after?
So shall we move to the next one, sir? With your permission.
Yes. I am calling to next. Next presenter is Miss Sharoda Chaudhary. She will be speaking on education at 75, manifestation and unity of coaching institutions in the context of Shikar district of Rajasthan, a study article. You will get 5 minutes to complete your presentation. Please.
Shada ma'am. So let me do one thing, sir. I will check who are the participants ready to present, and then we will continue, sir. I think she hasn't joined, it seems. Sorry for the inconvenience, sir. Let me check a few minutes. Sonam Tagore. Yes,
Yes,
so Sonam Tagore ma'am is ready actually.
Yes.
And please unmute yourself and present the paper.
Yes. Shunam Thakur is, yes, you may start. Yes, very much. Yes, you can.
I will share my screen, sir.
Okay.
Only hosting. Ma'am, I would like to share my screen so that I can share my PPT. Because only host can share.
Yeah, I made you go host now, ma'am. You can do it now.
Thank you, ma'am. It's taking time.
All of the presenters are requested to be ready. Okay. Otherwise, time will be spoiled.
Ma'am, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sonam Thakur, faculty of Sarojini Naidu Vanita Mahavidyalaya from Hyderabad. Title of my paper is Effective Pathways to Greater Approach of Human Nature through Charles Dickens' Great Expectation. I request make sure that your mic should be muted. Okay. Other participants. Thank you. In youth, the basic personality is shaped and cannot be altered. All one can do is to learn to maximize the skills and weaknesses one is born with. A synthesis is attempted to demonstrate the emotional development of the character, their interaction, and the struggle of the individual against the society which imprisons him, as well as the world of work is a purely economic and state-forward age, where people lives in a massive iron age, with topic ranging from patronage, relationship to society, heartbreak with Estella, first rejecting and then learning to accept a fellow being to begin with on potential, then through a bitter trial on achieving of being a gentleman and recognizing the hollowness of class gentlemanly nature. The need to integrate knowledge and skills into one's life and to design courses to meet specific needs is essential, as humans are constantly seeking knowledge, explorations, challenges, pursuing one's dream, great expectation in society. Philip Pirrip, the main character in Charles Dickens' Great Expectation, has many great expectations. However, the expectations slowly start to fade away. The journey one endured affect oneself and the environment as well as the past shapes and the present society. Humans are constantly seeking knowledge, explorations, and one need to be integrated and designed to meet specific needs. These expectations slowly dissipate. The experience is not glum in any way because of the friendship, love, and humors once had. Guilt also plays a vital role in this. Guilt has played an important role in shaping Pip's life and personality. Feels terribly guilty as he brings the food he stole from his sister and file he stole from Mr. Gaggery. He completes an action that he feels is so wrong. Pip's guilt is at strongest after returning to village and seeing his sister in pathetic conditions. And after her death, he used to visit very rarely to Biddy and Joe. Guilt alone will not always bring a person to reconcile their action and drive a person away from his roots. Pip is first exposed to Estella and the society standing she represents. He begins to develop a disdain for his background and long to improve and reject the place in life in which he had grew up. Pip tried to become more manner and his ambitions turned to become a gentleman. Pip's career the guilt of great expectations remains is explicable and cruelly beautiful original ending of the novel remains the only possible truth and does not present the hope of a redemptory second birth for either its guilty hero or the guilt of society has shaped him. His fantasy of superabundant love bring him to last to a point of alienation from the real world. As friendship becomes evident between Herbert and other, Herbert becomes a gentleman in many ways, whereas Herbert's loyal friend cares more about Herbert's welfare than his own. He even tried to get money from Mrs. Havisham for Herbert. He devoted to Herbert.
Please finish within
Yes, sir.
another 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The true gentleman is not recognized by Vanish, certainly. Joe has none instituted. He had a deep consideration for other. He has his place in the world and fulfill it admirably and like a true gentleman, he knows to be a gentleman. Comparing his touch with a steam hammer is capable of smashing a skull or patting an egg. He visited first time in London in a comic, yet in an exquisitely poignant scenes, Joe does not know how to address the adult pets. Whereas Biddy, the most successful Decon household angel, is a tribe under accession, even though she says little but makes sense. Throughout the story, his fatherly figure, Joe, love can be felt. Pip's love for Estella is very apparent, even a seller leaves stripes, because his passion for her people laugh is actually stronger than his sadness because he accepts the loss and moves on here. If expectations are destroyed and the amount of love is enough to keep grief out of one's mind. Just a second. Now I would like to conclude the paper. Gradually through the book, as an expectation after expectation comes to nothing, the protagonist grew up to the gravity of tone deployed. At a later stage, it becomes more difficult to separate Pip's young self after old self. Although Pip is compassionate and forgiving, all spontaneity of love has become beaten out of him. He is not born a gentleman as Joe, Herbert, and Wemmick, and grew up into one by sacrificing and self-centered inclination that will bring about a corresponding loss of passion and determination. He changes of heart, it's a change from unconditional love to this uncontaminated false ceremonies and then back to the Dickensian natural man, demonstrating the vulnerable virtue of loss and gain. Occasionally, however, and with the marked emotion, he can even become identified with his past self. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Stop. Thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity to present my paper.
Okay, later on we will go for some question and now I call upon the next presenter, Dr. Abha Singh. She will be speaking on a tech-enabled India, the road to Atmanirbhar Bharat and social inclusion. Dr. Abha Singh is there?
Yes, sir, I'm there. I'm waiting for the host to allow me, sir.
Okay.
उड़ीसा का बीसी जो है वो ठीक नहीं आ रहे हैं और इसका परफॉर्मेंस पर बीसी का एवरेज है 1.3
So host has disabled my screen share.
Okay.
Sir.
So host ma'am is requested to please admit Dr. Abha Singh and to allow her to share her.
Obviously, sir, I will do that. Just a second. I'm doing.
This is only waste of time.
Right. Host disabled participant. I'm tapping on share screen, but I'm not allowed.
No, the host has to do all these things. If the sharing rights not given means how can the participant present a paper? Otherwise, she can just read it if the sessions chair gives the permission.
Yes. There is no problem from my end.
Okay, sir. Okay,
yes,
sir.
Please present.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Myself, Dr. Abha Singh, and I am from the Faculty of Commerce, Maharajaji Sayajji Rao University, Vadodara. And at the very outset, I would like to express my gratitude towards the SRN College for giving me this opportunity to present my ideas on what India would be like after 25 years from now on, and what is going to be the driving force. So I have taken technology as the main parameter that will take us we can take a leap towards whatever we are right now. We are going to grow enormously. And the PPT that I had prepared for this presentation talks about the highlights that I have taken from the Digital India campaign. And I have mentioned that how the government, which was very well sincerely invested in this campaign, got this COVID-19 problem we could we were ready to adapt and adopt the technology with very little effects in terms of crisis as compared to the developed countries which had a very good infrastructure, and still they were finding it very hard as compared to ours. And I have tried to explain what actually how dictionary defines technology. So technology is the skill, technique, method, and process used in the production of goods and services, and how technology enables consumers to help in their choices of purchases, and how the producers find the goods to be produced at the lowest cost, and how to reach to the market at the right time so that the best opportunities in terms of prices can be availed both by the producer as well as the person who's buying it. So what the technology has done is it has transformed the way people buy and the way people produce and the way it is being distributed. So I have mentioned this word jugaad. That is what I feel as innovation in our country, where we sort of try to simplify our process, the way we consume and produce and distribute. And if we are going to include technology into these small processes that we do, then these small changes in India are going to be exponential. It's not going to be very small as to what we as a country are such big and magnanimous. And I have also shared data on how India has changed during this period of crisis, that is COVID-19. And we are only, this is the data from McKinsey, and it talks about digital India, technology to transform a connected nation. So here we are only second to Indonesia in adopting the technology, and and therefore we are going in a very good way. And our country digital adoption index, that is what the McKinsey report talks about, is on 3 elements. One is the digital foundation, that is including cost, speed, and reliability of internet services. And the second element is the digital reach, which is the number of mobile devices and app downloads and data consumption that is there in the country, and the digital value. In this, they have included how much consumers engage online by chatting, tweeting, shopping, or streaming. So all these three, on all these 3 fronts, the country is performing very well, and it is only second to Indonesia. And next, what I have talked about is India, how India can emerge as a technology and digital, it can give a shape to its digital and technology front, is that in the retail market, we are projected to grow around $1.5 trillion by 2030. So a lot of opportunities for retail sector, and the segment is set to cross $1 trillion mark by 2020 from $672 billion. So which we are moving towards that. And the e-commerce market is around set to grow around 30% for gross merchandise value. So, and if you talk of the constituted 14% of 2018 billion app installation in the world, we are like moving very fast in that area also. And around 825 million internet users.
Please finish. Yes. Finish.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The bulk and the way things are being distributed in the country is through the kirana stores that have transformed tremendously after the this COVID crisis, and Amazon has helped a lot in this through their various initiatives, in which I have also talked about the program taken up by Amazon, that is local shops on Amazon. And they have included around 20,000 retailers in 400 cities to help them technologically. In conclusion, I would like to look forward to how the government is very strong, has a very strong proclivity towards technology. And through this campaign of Digital India, they are trying to move towards a very technology-enabled India. And this is how it will move towards Atmanirbharta and social inclusion. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving me the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Monshu Mathur, Dr. Priyanka Singh Niranjan. This is a joint
Very
paper.
good.
The title
Very good
of this
afternoon.
paper is Emerging
Very good
Trends in the
afternoon
Field
to
of Education at 75. Yes.
very good afternoon to all present here. I am not able to share my screen. Host disabled participate screen. Can I share my screen? Can you please allow me?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Can I start reading my paper?
Yes.
Okay, so we all are just focusing all kind of changes in the field of education, right from the beginning to just we just adopted the COVID changes as well, And we all are part of that generation which have seen these major changes, and there are the traditional faces in the classroom as well. Education is one such field where both the educator and learner are in the progressive race of attaining utmost level of information and knowledge nowadays. From whatever is happening around, whatever is going around, we need to know, we need to impart it in the classroom situations. More than educators, learners are the most active and updated participants when it comes to latest trends and innovation. From A for Apple to the Apple gadget, how we have converted in the field of education, how emerging trends have taken place and replaced all traditional methods in the educational field. Me and my co-author, Dr. Priyanka Singh Niranjan, have compiled a few of the emerging trends for the learner's perspective and for the educator's perspective for this research. We researched about, excuse me.
Yes. The bulk and
Sorry, can I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So emerging trends from the learners' perspectives are we have pre-ready learners nowadays, which were not there in the early time. The learners have all kind of exposure towards all sort of information centers, and then comes the engaged and actively participated in the social media. The learners are very engaged and active on the social media platforms. They know each bit of the information, and they are updated. Then comes the heightened demand of career readiness for the learners, and it is increasing day by day. And we are talking about a skill education and transformations of the skills-related education and all. Then comes the leader of their own learning, like how they are becoming the leader of their own learning. Then comes the focused and sustainable professional development among learners. That is very important because they, at the very early age, they know what they want to do, how they are, like how we can mold them towards their goals, how education system can provide them the support towards their goals. Then when we come to the educator's perspective, we can summarize it like looking beyond the framework is very important. What was the traditional methods? We are just barring all those, we are just changing all those barriers in our scheme. And then a rapidly evolving digital environment is what is making changes in the field of education. Then comes the learners, which are advanced, they are well equipped and informed, so needs to be the teachers as well. Then blended learning environment and micro credentials, which are very important for in the key sectors of the education. Then willingness to embrace digital learning and to disrupt traditional systems. That is very important in the education field. So these all things comes in under the perspective of educators. At the conclusion, I can say we need to accept the digital modern age, then create a culture that supports change, and take an amorous risk and learn from them by creating groups and with educators, with children, and indulge into practices for future references. That is very important. Then balance and pace amongst the learners and the trends is very important. That's all from my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. For concluding your presentation within 5 minutes. Next paper presenters are Dr. Gypsy, Dr. Rasta Sharwat, Dr. Smriti Malhotra. This is the joint paper. The title of this paper is Journey from Gurus to Rockstar Teacher in 75 Years of Independence.
Yes, sir. I am just sharing my PPT. The host hasn't enabled me to share the PPT. Shall I start like this only, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So today I will be talking from Journey from Gurus to Rockstar Teacher in 75 Years of Independence. I, Dr. Gypsy Malhotra, with my colleagues Dr. Rasna Sehrawat and Dr. Smriti Malhotra are going to present on the views on this. Main objective of our research paper was examining the relevance and importance of 21st century skills in the line of...
If you want to share your PPT, you can do it now, ma'am.
Yes, I would like to share. Thank you. I think it's visible now.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you, ma'am. The second objective of ours is examining the qualities of Rockstar teacher, which indeed require the operational components aimed at the knowledge worker. Then is some reviews we have done regarding this Rockstar teacher, that is a systematic literature review was conducted, which really focuses on the qualities of becoming Rockstar teachers. Some of the qualities or core skills are communication, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving. We all have heard about this as a 21st century skills, but we have also specifiedly researched on some content in the context specific skills. That is regarding having ethical awareness, cultural awareness, flexibility, self-direction, lifelong learning. So some views about 21st century skill was that with the increase in this public, government, private school systems, there has been a remarkable increase over the emphasis on teaching the basics to the students. That is reading, writing, and mathematics. So these skills were focused on teaching children, and great importance was given. And this involves a strong communication and collaboration skills regarding the technology, innovative and creative thinking skills, and the problem solving skills. So there we need the collaboration for developing this. So mainly, let's come to the point of what is meaning of Rockstar teacher. After doing so many researches, we concluded that actually the Rockstar teacher is one who utilizes everything that is important with respect to the students' knowledge and skills. So they are the one who are going to provide the platform to the students so that they can face the critical situations, whichever will be there in the futuristic scenario. They are the one who prepare and mentor their students for the life skills, for the jobs, by inventing, designing, and discovering different methodologies in the classroom. They are the one who are called as a great teachers because they make a remarkable difference in the skills, the 21st century students, which we will be preparing. Then is Rockstar teachers in 21st century skills. How will they be preparing their students? That is, they will be implementing the constructivistic methodology. They will be using the life skills of critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and higher order thinking in active learning environment. They will be offshooting the experimental learning. That is, they will be making the students do the observation, understanding, practicing, and experiencing by organizing different activities in the teaching world. They will be facing the challenges, no doubt. They will make the students facing the challenge and working in the collaborative manner, progressing creatively, giving them the projects which involve human resources and adoption of the changes which are around that. So how will be they doing? There will be different lessons in the teaching learning methodology. They will be including the stories, anecdotes, case studies, role plays. So lots of interactive lectures will be there with the art integration, exhibition, or different integrated approaches. Then is they will remove the learning phobias because they will be involving the critical thinking, they will be involving the lateral thinking, they will be using the multiple approaches to the single situation. At the end, they want the skill of leadership and responsibility to be developed so that we can give into the India or to the citizens, the citizen prepared with taking the responsibilities of the world. So using the technology with alternate perspective designing and creating learning methodologies and strategies which are not forgotten for many years to come. So the whole reviews which we have done, our research paper was aimed to understand the conceptual framework of 21st century skills and its relevance to the year 2021. And this basic understanding and definition of 21st century skills which are provided to the teacher, it will be used in integrating in the teaching learning processes. I and my colleagues are also from the teacher education department, and we are training our students, the pupil teachers, to become a Rockstar teacher by making them involve the constructivistic pedagogy in their methodology of the classrooms. Thank you. These were our views regarding our topic.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for your nice paper. Next presenter is Dr. Kollan Shindram Kokane. Dr. Kollan will be speaking on the movie vendor of sweets as the champion for India's freedom struggle. Dr. Kollan, are you there? Hello, Dr. Kollan. If Dr. Kollan is not available, then we can move for the Next presenter.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Can I give my presentation? How
Who are
now?
you? Okay, okay, you can.
First
Yes,
presenter,
yes,
actually.
yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am Bhavna, a PhD research scholar from Delhi University, and my topic is gender-based violence in development, a study of Muzaffarnagar in India. So, gender-based violence is a serious violation of human rights and a life-threatening health and protection issues. It has been estimated that 1 in 3 women had experienced sexual or physical violence in their workplace and home. Gender-based violence can include sexual, physical, mental, and economic exploitation inflicted in public or in private sphere. So, yeah. The outcome of gender-based violence in India is long-lasting for its victims and rampant for the often inadequate responses. Hence, it is crucial to maintain the sense of urgency in gender-based violence cases, even during crisis situations. It is maintained that there is a need for a holistic response model to deal with the issue of gender-based violence during current and possible future pandemics. Health professionals, media, and community effort must be combined to effectively deal with the issue of gender-based violence. Moreover, continuous and rigorous efforts are required to end the stigma associated with the gender-based violence in India. Gender-based violence in India includes eliminating the institutional hurdle facing women, which leads to secondary victimization. When women seek help, they are treated with hostility or negligence or discriminatory fashion by officials in charge of supporting them. The obvious progress made in the region in extending women's formal rights has yet to lead to a practical application of those rights on a day-to-day basis, either within or outside the justice administration sphere. Therefore, it is essential for society's response to the phenomena to urge governments to deepen their reforms and pay attention to the different aspects of gender-based violence in India. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next presenter is Dr. Kollan. Dr. Kollan is there.
Sir, Dr. Shameli Mandal is ready to present now, sir.
Okay. Please
Good
proceed.
afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all my colleagues. I am Dr. Chameli Mandal Pandit from West Bengal. Give me some time, sir, to present, to share my screen. Okay, host has disabled. So should I read?
Yes, you can do it now. You can do it now. Please try.
Okay. So today I am going to present my paper entitled Effects of Gender, Level of Education and Students' Residence on Socioeconomic Status and Quality of Life. It is an empirical study. So what I'm going to present can be taken in a nutshell, that is, quality of life is more important than life itself. So in today's world, a country is said to be developed when every section of population in that particular country are well fed, well clothed, could access variety of commodities, could enjoy luxury of some leisure and entertainment, and live in a healthy environment. That is overall well-being of a society or improvement in the quality of life. Better quality of life could be achieved through quantitative as well as qualitative changes in the existing economy. It is very tempting to suggest that material well-being or quantitative changes could be captured very well by the growth of per capita income. However, growth in per capita income does not mean the improvement in the quality of life. Improvement in the quality of life involves development of human capital, increasing the literacy rate, improvement of important infrastructure, improvement of health and safety. That is, the qualitative changes have become essential for increasing the general well-being of a society. So it is a common belief that people with high socioeconomic status must have better quality of life. But many literatures have justified the fact that people with high socioeconomic status are in a worse condition. So higher socioeconomic status does not necessarily mean a better quality of life. This view is very true if we concentrate on the indicators of quality of life and socioeconomic status. The economic conditions of people are generally characterized by socioeconomic status, and this status is evaluated as a combination of factors including income, level of education, and occupation. All the three socioeconomic factors are quantifiable in nature and constitute a subset of quality of life. At this point, one could argue that a person with high socioeconomic status could have a better quality of life. However, a critical analysis will reveal the negative part of the paper of the thing as well. It has been found out that individuals with high socioeconomic status can have the negative part as well. That is, for example, if we consider the working women in a double income family having high socioeconomic status, but her children could suffer from malnutrition, or the woman herself is overpressured with her duties. Concentrating only on the women, we could say that the quality of life is not very satisfactory. She has taken excess pressure and in a way she is mentally disturbed. From the study, we know that mental illness is one of the health indicators of economic development. Therefore, along with the economic factors, we should concentrate on the subjective factors for a detailed analysis of the improvement of the quality of life. In today's world, this study demands high values for a critical analysis of economic development. So, this slide shows the socioeconomic status of an individual in respect of education and income. What I have said just now, these are the interrelation between the economic development, quality of life, and socioeconomic status. Now, the objective of my study is to assess the socioeconomic status and quality of life of students, to study the effects of gender, level of education, and students' residence on socioeconomic status and quality of life. And the last one is to assess the relationship between socioeconomic status and quality of life among students. The methodology that I have adopted here, that we have considered 150 students as a sample, and the students belonging to the 15 to 25 years of age group. 75 boys and 75 girls has been taken, and these students are belonging from school, colleges, and university, as well as from the urban as well as the semi-urban areas. This is a stratified purposive sampling process I have taken here. Now, the major finding in my study is that the first figure shows the socioeconomic status graph, and the second represents the quality of life, and this is the descriptive statistic research. And here we have found that more or less the mean value remains same. The next result shows that there is a significant difference if we consider the region of a state in respect of socioeconomic status, and this table shows that there is also a significant difference in respect of quality of life, and this result shows that there is a correlation between the socioeconomic status and quality of life. So, in my study, the conclusion is, from the analysis we have seen that high socioeconomic status and better quality of life does not necessarily imply that economy is on the path of development. In the study, we have seen that a region-specific still exists in the economy. When a comparison is made between people living urban and semi-urban areas, a completely different pictures appeared. The people in semi-urban areas have standard life, but they felt somewhat insecure in comparison to people living in urban areas. In Millennium Development Goal, it has been highlighted that there should be there exists some type of gap, or there should not be exist some type of gap in for inclusive growth. All-round development of the economy could be achieved when every section of population belonging from urban and semi-urban areas could enjoy the fruits of economic development. With the Millennium Development Goal in mind, the policymaker need to consider policies that address urban, semi-urban inequalities. The policies that had been adopted for economic development by government could be revised and reframed in the light of present perspective. An extensive study must become essential to identify the factors that are widening the gap between regions in the path of economic development. In my study, there are some limitations. The sample size is too small, I have considered, because of lack of time, and here we have considered only the students group. This study can be elaborated if we consider people as in general, and I have considered only some factors regarding to socioeconomic status or the quality of life. There are some other factors also if we consider environmental issues or migration. This can be included in the model, so these are my limitations. Thank you for everyone for patient hearing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Chamini Mondal Pandit, for presenting a unique paper. So next, I would like to call upon Dr. Deep Kaur. Dr. Kaur will be speaking on women empowerment and dairy cooperatives during COVID-19 in India.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello, I am audible, sir. Hello.
Yes.
I am audible,
very
sir.
Much, very much. Yes.
Can I share screen, sir?
You can.
Thank you, sir. Sir, maybe some problem in sharing the screen. Can I read the paper, sir?
Yes, you can. If you face any problem, then you can go through your paper. You can read out your paper.
Thank you. Now, women dairy, women empowerment and dairy cooperative during COVID-19 in India. The dairy sector is playing an important component of Indian culture, and the large number of dairy farmers is dependent on livestock and keeps livestock for regular income generating and employment generating in India. Now, dairying and dairy farming is an important aspect of the rural economy in India. So, dairying is an occupation that supports the livelihood of women, especially the rural poor in India. Now, the dairy cooperatives have played a significant role in the women empowerment in India. Now, the dairy cooperatives are organized with the three-tier structures, that is a milk producer cooperative societies at the village level, the union of societies at the district level, and the federation of the unions at the state level. Now, there is the three tiers of the societies in the state. First one is the district level, second one is the union, and third one is the village level. So, women dairy cooperatives plays a significant role during COVID-19, such as the distributions of masks, hand sanitizers, provide food and milk door to door at free of cost sometimes. Now, main objective of the studies are, it is an attempt to examine the women empowerment in India during COVID-19, to examine the women empowerment and dairy cooperatives in during COVID-19 in India. Now, the methodology is, the study is based on secondary data collected from National Dairy Development Board and DDB annual reports to 2019, 20 books, journals, and using the internet reports also. Now, empowerment is a multidimensional. It means giving legal and moral power to an individual in all aspects of life, such as social, political, economical, psychological, religious, and spiritual. So empowerment is thus more than participation in decision making. So it must also include the process that lead people to perceive themselves and as able and entitled to make decisions in their social, economical, political, and religious life. Now, conclusion is my study is a dairy cooperative is an is a very vital role in India have been playing a significant role. So when women are becoming self-reliant, self-confident through dairy cooperative, they get income, employment, and then they spend their income many needs like children, education, health, buying property. So the dairy cooperative are playing a significant role in the women empowerment during COVID-19 in India. Now, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur, for presenting your nice paper. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. M. Govindaraj for presenting his paper. The title of his paper is An Analysis of Digital Media Growth and the Growing Opportunities for Market Expansion for FMCG Companies.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Chairperson and the organizers. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Since the host has disabled share screen, I'm just reading it from my PPTs. Okay. So I have taken up the, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I've taken up the title as an analysis of digital media growth and the growing opportunities for market expansion for FMCG companies. I am Dr. Govindraj, working for CMS Business School, Jain University, Bangalore. So if you take the rural India, the rural marketing is the new mantra as far as the business is concerned, especially after the COVID-19 era. In India, there are millions of villages available. Now, with the 4G broadband mobile connectivity and satellite televisions, we can say the majority of the rural areas are well connected. So this gives boom for the marketers to take their products to the rural markets from where they can expect year-on-year growth in their company's turnovers. So because the markets consist of metropolitan, cosmopolitan cities, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 towns are almost saturated, and the competition is neck to neck there. So marketers must try to get the due share in these markets to sustain their business, because here the paying capacity of the people is more. At the same time, if they want to grow their business consistently, means rural marketing is a boom for them. So industries like that of FMCG, automobile, pharmaceutical, telecom, and consumer durables, etc., have a very good scope in the rural markets. So COVID-19 gave a good opportunity for marketers to switch to digital marketing in a very short span of time. So not only the youth population, but also people up to the age of 65 can be very easily reached by this new digital medium. So the pandemic was quickly made use of by these marketers because people, particularly in the rural markets, started spending more time in the digital world during this period. So there is no second thought that rural marketing is a boom after COVID-19 for the marketers. So what attracts marketers towards India's rural markets? If you see the size is so enormous. There are 6 lakhs plus villages, 83 crore citizens, that is 70% of India's population. Then the expected sale in 2025 for FMCG sector alone will exceed $100 billion. So mere 1% increase in rural income translate into approximately buying power of rupees 10,000 crore. So increasing the purchasing capacity and the growth in the branded category, it improves the leads to the other infrastructure facilities in the rural area. And also, if you see, there is a saturation at some urban markets because of the proliferation of microfinancing and others in rural India. This rural sector started growing at a very faster pace because the farm incomes are rising, backed by the government's hike in the minimum support price for wheat and paddy, and also free electricity for agriculture purposes by some state governments really makes the rural market more attractive. And the financial sobs of loan waivers and no income tax on agriculture incomes, it adds more value, we can say. So with increase in smartphone penetration and internet access, more videos and contents are being developed for consumption by the rural customers. So the objective of the research, the basic objective of this research is to delve into the rural marketing by the companies and to find out how the COVID-19 pandemic has opened up an array of hopes for the marketers to go rural. So this research tries its best to highlight how the rural areas are still untouched by major marketers and the opportunities available for them to divert their attention towards the rural and semi-urban markets. So it highlights the mammoth growth of the new age media and the factors like the mobile data penetration into the rural area, thereby showing clearly the new opportunities available for them. So when it goes to review of literature, according to Regina, moving at a growth pace over 3 times faster than urban India, rural areas will likely force many changes in how the internet is accessed and the digital ecosystem at large. So according to the Internet and Mobile Association of India consulting firm, India's rural market user base is growing over 3 times faster and is quickly catching up to surpass the urban user base. Right? And also, according to DDB Mudra's strategy head Anand Murthy, the rural consumer sentiment is leading the change after the second wave. Now we'll see the growth of digital media as a blessings in disguise. So by 2030, India will have 1 billion digital users. So the average share of customer interactions through digital mode was 19% during May 2018, but during July 2020, it touched 53%. So in India, out of 504 million total internet users, rural India has 264 million. So growth in internet penetration in India is around 45%, whereas in urban it is only 11%. So experts point out that digital media complements OOH and BTL activities in the rural markets. So WhatsApp alone has 309 million Indian users. That is bulk from tier 2 and tier 3 markets. So the role of 4G mobile internet in the rural marketing promotion. So the telecom war among the operators to capture the rural market is really giving boom to penetrate into the rural markets. So government imposed lockdown during COVID.
Please finish.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm finishing up in another 2 minutes. So this helped digital advertisers to roll out customized promotional campaigns, and the 4G technology is a boom for marketers. And it helps the customer segmentation, targeting, and positioning very easy. So to conclude with, I can say that the rural market after COVID-19 is certainly a boom for the marketers, because nearly 2/3 of the Indian population lives in rural areas, and the rise in digital penetration and other factors like the various government schemes, the role played by the women-dominated self-help groups, etc., propels the growth of the market buying power. So in the rural markets, especially for micro, small, and medium enterprises, the availability of digital media during this pandemic days is a great boon. So because digital media is a very easy access form to adopt, and also it is very economical also. So the agriculture sector needs seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and also tractors and other farm equipments. It is picking up very faster pace post COVID-19 because of the good monsoon which prevails across the country. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Govindaraj, for presenting your excellent paper.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to call upon Dr. Pintu Kumar Maji for presenting his paper. He will be speaking on gender and sustainable lifestyle. Dr. Maji, are you there?
Yes, sir. Allow me PPT. Share PPT.
Yes, please. The host will allow you. I am not host.
Yes, sir. You can try it now, sir, please.
Okay.
এখানে প্রার্থনা সভাপতি করছি ছায়া হবে না আমি কোনো ছায়া নই কারণ যে সময়ে আমি জন্মে সময়ে ওইরকম মানুষকে তৈরি
Is it visual, madam? Is it?
No, sir, no.
ওই সময়ের সঙ্গে অঙ্গাঙ্গি জড়িয়েছে সুবোধবাবু কোনো বিচ্ছিন্ন ঘটনা না।
If you face some technical problem, then you can read out your paper.
Okay, sir.
আমাকে আরো 10-12 বছর 15 বছর বসতে হবে। আজকে সভাটা এই বন্ধুদের কাছে আমার কাছে সরল সভা কিন্তু সুখ সভা অবশ্যই বিনোদন সভা না সরল সভা কিন্তু যে মানুষের সরল সভা তার কাছ থেকে কোন অর্জনের সভা।
My topic is gender and sustainable lifestyle. Today, our global footprint is about the half an hour Earth's total capacity to provide renewable and non-renewable resources to humanity. If nothing changes, in 28 years with increasing population that could reach 9.6 billion by 2050, we will need almost 3 planets to sustain our ways to living. Sustainable living is a community learning, sharing together reshape our value, behavior and lifestyle to live more sustainability. The DEFRA lifestyle related to our doing, having, using, displaying. Sustainable lifestyle aim to ensure that everything we do, have, use and displaying meet our needs and improve our quality of life while minimizing the consumption of rural resources, emission, waste and pollution and ensure that resources are safeguarded for future generations. Sustainability has 3 pillars: environmental, social and economical. Ideally, sustainable solutions should not undermine choice of personal identity and rather open up new choices for many. Elements of sustainable lifestyle. Gender differences of the many presumed differences between behavior, boys and girls. Some are real and some are wholly mythical. Girls are more physical and neurological advances at birth. Boys have more natured muscular development but are more vulnerable to disease and heredity anomalies. Girls excel early to verbal skills, but boys excel in visual, spatial, and math skill. Boys' superior mathematic ability, however, reflect only the better graph and geometry, which depends on visual spatial ability. Boys are more aggressiveness and girls more nurturing. Boys have more reading, speech, and emotional problem than girls. Purpose of the study to examine the perceived gender differences in sustainable lifestyles. The data was analyzed by emphasizing quantitative research approach by using survey method, standardized stratified purposes sampling using the subject was chosen from the higher secondary student affiliated to the West Bengal Council of Higher Secondary Education, West Bengal, belonging to 3 different streams: arts, science, and commerce, residing in rural and urban areas. A 24 sustainable lifestyle questionnaire was used to measure the student sustainable lifestyle developed and standardized by the researcher. The choice of each item are always, often, sometimes, rarely, and never. The reliability of the test and determine the conduct alpha. The item validity was tested by tetrachoric correlation, and the values varied from 0.2 to 2.8. No negative correlation was found. Item related sustainable lifestyle questionnaires such as do you buy product certified to by eco-friendly? Result and discussion. Table 1, descriptive statistics, concern distribution of sustainable lifestyle scores. Table 2, number of students, mean, standard deviation, and p-value of the scores of sustainable lifestyle based on gender. From the table number 2, it might be concluded that score on sustainable lifestyle of girl student higher than boy student. On bar chart, the above mean score are shown. It is evident that there is a significant difference of the two groups. Limitation of the study is small size of sample. The qualitative study research has not been included due to paucity of time. Also, the effect of different variables like student attitude, values, belief, locus of control, etc. were not included in the present study. Recommendations: girls should be encouraged to participate in committees of sustainable lifestyle project, program, and policies, address gender imbalance in decision making, empower of a woman in sustainable human development, and in related the protection of the environment must be recognized and sustained. Some selected references. Thanks for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Maji, for presenting your paper. Next paper is a joint paper. Will be presented by Dr. R. Ishtakumar and S. Shobita. They will be speaking on job satisfaction of private school teachers in online mode of teaching.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. Is Sam audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You are audible.
Host, can you please allow me to present my screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can try it now.
I hope my screen is visible. Good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Sobita from St. Joseph College of Arts and Science, Kadalu, guided by Dr. Krishna Kumar, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, St. Joseph College of Arts and Science, Kadalu. The topic we are going to see is the job satisfaction of private school teachers in online mode of teaching conducted in Kadalur. This pandemic has affected many factors of the economic in its possible way, including sectors like manufacturing and servicing sectors, and mainly the education sector were affected the most by the way of guidelines issued by the government by restricting people gathering and maintaining social distancing in the view of reducing the spread of virus. The statement of the problem is job satisfaction of teachers comes from the lectures they deliver to the students in the classrooms. Their primary job is to deliver the content they prepared, references to the subject, but that is not only the job of the teachers. They also motivate the students and involve them in the subject by discussing to learn to interact you in the physical classrooms. But during this pandemic, the education system But during this pandemic, the education system has been changed a lot. It is totally changed from the offline mode to the online mode. So this study focuses on measuring the level of job satisfaction of private school teachers in online mode of teaching. The objectives are: the study mainly focus on a private school teachers' level of job satisfaction in online teaching mode to examine the comparison between online and offline mode workload and work-life balance of private school teachers. And it also suggests suitable measures to encourage teachers to improve online teaching in futures. Research methodology: it's based on a primary data. The data are collected from a private school teachers of Kadalu. Simple percentage method and t-test is used to analyze the data. These are the major findings of the study. Majoritarily, 96% of the respondents are agreed that the interaction between teachers and students is reduced in online mode, and 77% of the respondents are having higher level of workload in online classes when compared to offline classes. 96% of the respondents are feeling frustrating because of the network problems they are facing while handling their online classes. Only 38% of the respondents are received a training by their management from changing offline mode to the online mode of teaching. 50% of the respondents are using laptops as the device to handle the online classes, and another 50% of the respondents are using smartphone as a device to handle the online classes. Only 4% of the respondents are get a job satisfaction in online mode of teaching, and 15% are very unsatisfied with the job satisfaction in online mode of teaching. 35% are unsatisfied. The result of t-test rejects the null hypothesis, and the alternative hypothesis has been accepted, which is there is a relation between level of job satisfaction and the online mode of teaching among school teachers. These are the suggestions of the study. Teachers have to be trained under online teaching experts, and it will be better if the education board is making it as a part of the B.Ed syllabus. Teachers should not only teach the subjects also, and they also should talk about the practical factors which are related to the subject and the current knowledge or current trends about the subjects. Teachers should maintain a proper time management to finish their works, and they have to spend a quality amount of time with their families also. That will help them to have a balanced work life. This pandemic situation has brought out an unprepared situation, and less time have been given to all categories of peoples like teachers, students, and their parents, the managements, from changing from offline mode to the online mode of the online mode of the education. So I would like to conclude with these lines. Practice is the hardest part of learning, and learning is the essence of transformation. So if the teachers got a proper training and encouragement and incentives, that will enhance the output. Thank you for this opportunity. Sir,
I can present my article.
Yes. Yes, now I would like to request Dr. S. Anbalagan for presenting the paper. The name of the title of the paper is A Study of Demographic Variables of School Teachers and its Influence on Work-Life Balance.
Could you able to hear? Yes?
Yes.
Ma'am, could you able to hear my voice?
Yes.
I am Dr. S. Anbalagan, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Loyola College, Bangalore. I am going to present a paper on a study on demographic variables of school teachers and its influence on work-life balance. So in this paper, I am going to highlight first the abstract. In today's society, teachers are playing vital role in shaping the society, especially the women teachers. In this research, researchers focused on the significant relationship between demographic variable and work-life balance of women employees. The research reveals that the unmarried women and those who are having joint family system are more balanced than the others. Hence, more concentration should be given to married and nuclear family. And straight away, I'm going to objectives of my study. The objective of the study is to find out the significant relationship between demographic variable and work-life balance of women employees. Hypothesis: one is the null hypothesis and another one is the alternative hypothesis. There is no significant influence of marital status and nature of family style on work life of women employees. And the alternative is there is a significant influence of marital status and nature of family style on work life balance of women employees. And the methodology. A structured questionnaire was used based on Likert 5-point scale was applied. Almost 370 samples were collected and simple random sampling method was used. Finally, independent sample t-test was applied to determine the influence of marital status and nature of family style on work-life balance of women employees. So I'm going to straight away, I'm going to tell you about the findings and the conclusion. In my study, 71.5% of the teachers are married and 28.5% of them are unmarried, and 57.1% of the employees are between 25 to 35 age, and 71.1% of the employees are between 35 to 45. Therefore, almost most of the teachers are young, and 52.1% of the employees are between 5 lakh to 1 lakh income group per annum, and 23.5% of the employees earn up to 1 lakh to 1,50,000 per annum. And most of the employees are living the nuclear family lifestyle. And finally, 51.2% of the employees have less than 5 years of experience. Most of the women teachers are new to the educational field. And unmarried women employees are more balanced than the married women employees. And the joint family employees are having more balanced work life compared to nuclear family type of employees. Therefore, the management should implement more work-life balance policies like increasing salary, counseling facilities, transport facilities, etc. And finally, by concluding this, based on the results, the unmarried women and those who are living joint family lifestyle are more balanced than the others. In future, this study may further extended by conducting research among male employees of different sectors. So thank you so much, sir, for the valuable opportunity.
Thank you for your nice presentation, Dr. S. Anbalagan. And then I would like to invite Dr. G. Charan Kumar for presenting.
Sir, this is Charan Kumar. Hello, sir. Sir. Okay, sir. This is Charan Kumar. My topic is multiple intelligence of prospective teachers. This is the multiple intelligence theory is the Howard Gardner theory. Gardner presents the idea of existence of a number of intelligences and existence of the result in the unique cognitive profile for each individual. This extraordinary conception is individual competence is changing in the face of education today. Many educators and researchers have explored the practical implications of multiple intelligence theory, the powerful notion that there are separate human capacities. According to this theory, human cognitive competences is better described in terms of a set of abilities, talents, or mental skills called intelligences. All normal individuals possess each of these skills to some extent. Individuals differ in the degree of skill and the nature of their combination. Gardner sees the view of that such a theory has important educational implications, including ones for curriculum development. Gardner's first outlined his theory in his 1983 era of the book Frames of Mind. They have different kinds of intelligences. Gardner proposed that there are 8 intelligences and has suggested the possible addition to a 9th known as existentialist. In the 8 intelligences are verbal and linguistic intelligences, and logical mathematical intelligences, visual and spatial intelligences, and musical rhythmic intelligences, and bodily kinesthetic intelligences, interpersonal intelligences, and naturalistic intelligences, and also existential intelligences. In my research paper, objectives are to study the multiple intelligence of prospective teachers in relation to their mode of admission. And next one is the study of multiple intelligences of prospective teachers in relation to their marital status. And the third one is to study the multiple intelligence of prospective teachers in relation to their religion. And hypothesis of the study, mode of admission of prospective teachers makes a significant difference in their multiple intelligences. Marital status of prospective teachers make a significant differences in their multiple intelligences. A religion of prospective teachers makes a significant difference in their multiple intelligence.
in their limitations of the study, certain variables like mode of admission and marital status and religions are the study to are not taken to account of the present of the levels of significance considered in the study of 0.5 and 0.1 level. 14 colleges of education were included in this study. The present study is confined in 1,022 prospective teachers, sir. And the major findings of this study, mode of admission of marital status of prospective teachers do not make a significant difference in their multiple intelligence. Prospective teachers with different religion groups do not differ significantly in their multiple intelligence, sir. Thank you. Sir, thank you. Conclude, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, thank you for your nice presentation.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you once again
thank
for
you, give you opportunity, sir.
conclusion of your presentation within the stipulated time. Then I would like to invite next speaker to present the paper, Dr. Rinku Bhatia. The title of this paper is The Relationship Between Literature and Society. Dr. Bhatia, please. Dr. Bhatia is there?
Sir, can I read my paper?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you, sir. Myself, Rinku Bhatia, and the title of my paper is The Relationship Between the Literature and Society. Literature is often a reflection of the world, vision, the way we are living, and the way we are think our personalized joy, struggle, are often reflect the imprinting text. Literature is arts, and it has a variety of the way of bring express the academic, textbook, essay, poem, journal, articles, etc. The aim of the author is to depict the picture of the literature in the society and vice versa. Literature has had a major impact on the development of the society. It has shaped the civilization, changed the political system, and exposed the injustice. Literature gives us the detailed preview of human experience, allowing us to connect and basic the many authors have been represented social, political, ecological, historical, scientific topics in their works. Society creates literature because all the tradition, all the customs, religious stories reflect through the literary work. But excellence and natural surrounding of the reflection of the writer's approach of the mind, whether he is enlightened in his outlook or conservative. That's why literature is the mirror of the society, because it's tough with all human emotions and activity, including goods and bad, social and political happening. In the literature, the strategy designed by the authors portrayed the human life, human action, tradition, customs through the character, which represented contemporary author's age or century. The myth of the Ramayana, Mahabharata, Old Testament, Bible, etc. It is only possible by the literary resources that present generation to know who were our forefathers and how human came into existence. In this way, all the literary works communicated directly to the readers, because while reading a particular work, the reader feels that he or she is the living in those days described by the author in their work. It depends on the narrative skill or ability of the author. He or she can draw the real scene of particular event or particular incident. The literature is a reflection of the society, is that has been widely acknowledged. Literature indeed reflects the society of the good values, bad values, its illness, corrective needs function. Literature is mirror the ills of of the society with the view making the society realize is the mistake, man amend. It is also projects that virtue of the good value in the society for people to. Literature is an imitation of human action. Often present the picture of what people think, say, and do in the society. Literature is the mirror of the society. Something is that to know to all. It is the thing that reacts as the normal reflection, express inner structure of human mind before us. The critical analysis of the mind, another name of the literature, human mind is discussed here with the almost effort. With the birth of the literature become the mirror of the society. What does the mirror signify? Mirror is just like a canvas or a screen that can represent a thing which we false. Likewise, literature react like a mirror. It is a type of the tasteful sketch with a pen on the white pages. The literature from the society reflect how the people of the society lives. Literature indeed reflects the society, good ethics, bad ethics. Literature is the mirror. It disease of the society with the view making the society realize the mistake or replace with the goods one. It is also project the virtue of the good value in the society for the people. Literature as an imitation of the human action often present the picture of what people think. And so now my conclusion is literature is an imitation of human action often present a picture of what people think, say and do in the society. In literature, we find the story designed to portray the human life and action through some characters who by their words, action, reaction convey certain messages of the purpose of the education, information, entertainment. It is the impossible to find a work of literature to exclude the attitude, moral and value of the society, since no writer has been brought up completely exposed of the world around him. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity for present my paper. Sir?
Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you,
next,
sir.
I would like to invite the next speaker. Next speaker is the last speaker of this session, and next speaker.
Sir.
Next, that is a joint paper.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, R. Lakshmi and Dr. K.T.T. Tamlimani, and the name of the paper is Fantasy and Escape from Reality.
Sir, I am Sardar Chaudhary from Sikar.
Okay.
So shall I present my paper? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Ma'am, can you allow me to present my paper? Share my screen. Okay,
yes,
let me
try it now.
Is my paper visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm R. Lakshmi, and myself and my research supervisor, he's the co-author of this paper, Fantasy and Escape from Reality. Fantasy, it refers to any work that contains magic or other elements that can be understood by the rules of reality. It is different from other novels because it talks only about the impossible. Speculative in nature, fantasy is not confined to scientific facts or reality. It actually speaks about the actual human condition, but the solutions are provided by magic and supernatural elements. It is an imaginative fiction that helps us to explore major life mysteries without being limited by size, time, or space. Fantasy is found not only in literature, but has entered into other fields like online games, media, and etc. When I say fantasy, the images that comes to our mind are images of fairies, witches, dragons, and magic wands and spell, time travel, and other things. It also consists of talking animals like dog, cats, mice, and fairies that transport human beings, the talismans that grant our desires, potions that enable us to shrink or enlarge whenever consumed, and human beings in larger size or miniature size but behave like normal human being. So what are the elements that helps us to escape from reality? First one is magic. We all love magic because, with the help of magic, we can do anything. For example, in Harry Potter novels, Ron's mother, she puts all the ingredients in a vessel, and with a magic wand, she does something and the food gets cooked. So it is one of the things like all other working women, we need it now. So such things makes us to escape from reality. Suppose if something magic happens, I can escape from this problem or I can do something. So this is the first element. And the second element is secondary world, the creation of secondary world or imaginary world. Again, the best example is C.S. Lewis' Chronicles of Narnia and also Harry Potter novel, the Hogwarts School, where you will have more than 220 series of steps. That is, the students have to enter into right series of steps so that he can reach a particular class. Otherwise, he cannot go anywhere. And Professor Dumbledore, if he or a morning breakfast or lunch or dinner, whatever the food, with a magic wand, he makes the food appear. After the students take as much they want, with his magic, it disappears. So we love the secondary world. And one more thing is, J.K. Rowling is very successful in creating secondary world and mingling it with the real world. Harry, for his cousin's birthday, he went to a zoo. There, he was standing before a python and it talks to him. Actually, it was a real life situation, but the snake talks to him. So such a kind of mingling of secondary world and the primary world helps us to escape. And the third one is complex characterization. In fantasy novels, there are more than one protagonist is there, one prominent character will be there, and another people are also there. So it leads to several novels. And in every fantasy novel, there will be one character which is a real human character with whom the readers can associate with them. And the next element that helps us to escape into the fantasy world is central conflict. There is a central conflict in all the novels, but in fantasy novels, always the theme is good versus evil. For example, in Harry Potter, it is between Harry and the evil person Voldemort. But we, as readers, we always love the good to win always. So, but how it is different from other novels? It is here the conflict is solved only with the supernatural powers and magic. For example, in Harry Potter and Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore sends his bird Phoenix, which cures Harry from the snake's bite. The last element is power structure. Even though it is a fantasy world, there are rules and regulations to be followed. Everyone there in the fantasy world should work under the power system, and they have their own rules and regulations. If they overcome the rules or break the rules, they have to undergo the punishment. So I want to conclude, fantasy is a perfect portal that lets us to escape from tough roads to home life. It also plays a vital role in combating and surviving deprivation and repression, as well as our desires too. It allows us to look beyond ordinary cats and glimpses of timeless truth. It also renders the readers helping hand to imagine ourselves as a different person and daydreaming about being in positive situations. I just want to end my presentation with a caution that we can escape into fantasy world, but within limits. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your presentation. Okay, now we are at the end of this session. There were total 16 paper presenters, and all of them. Hello.
Sir. Good evening, sir.
गुड इवनिंग
सर मैं कृष्ण कुमार सिंह सर, मैं पेपर प्रेजेंट करना चाहता हूँ सर।
योर पेपर इज लेफ्ट. ओके. Yes. Yes. Please proceed.
ओके सर. सर मैं कृष्ण कुमार सिंह सर, हिंदी में प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my topic is National Education Policy 2020 and Plagiarism. A Educational Vision for India 2047. My name Krishna Kumar Singh, Research Scholar, वीर बहादुर सिंह पूर्वांचल यूनिवर्सिटी जौनपुर उत्तर प्रदेश. भारत देश का इतिहास बहुत ही गौरवपूर्ण रहा है, परंतु समय एवं परिस्थिति के साथ इसके इतिहास में परिवर्तन देखने को मिलता है. जैसे जैसे इसका इतिहास बदला, वैसे वैसे भारत की शिक्षा व्यवस्था में भी परिवर्तन दिखा. भारत देश 15 अगस्त सन 1947 को स्वतंत्र हुआ, तो यहाँ की शिक्षा व्यवस्था को पटरी पर लाने की एक कठिन जिम्मेदारी भारत सरकार की थी. भारत सरकार ने वह जिम्मेदारी अपने कंधे पर उठाया और राधा कृष्णन का आयोग गठन करके उच्च शिक्षा को दिशा देने का प्रयत्न किया. तत्पश्चात मुदालिया आयोग का गठन करके माध्यमिक शिक्षा की रूपरेखा तैयार कर बुनियादी रूप में लाने का प्रयास किया. सन 1964 में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा आयोग का गठन किया गया, जिसमें 17 सदस्य थे तथा इस आयोग के अध्यक्ष दौलत सिंह कोठारी थे. इस आयोग ने संपूर्ण शिक्षा की बात की, जिसको आधार मानकर सन 1986 में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति संपूर्ण देश के लिए घोषित किया गया. यह नीति भारत देश को एक नया आधार प्रदान किया. संपूर्ण देश में इस नीति के आधार पर शिक्षा व्यवस्था का प्रावधान किया जाने लगा. धीरे धीरे प्रत्येक विद्यालय तक इसकी पहुंच सुनिश्चित किया गया, परंतु कहा गया है कि परिवर्तन प्रकृति का नियम है. इस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को एक नया रूप मिला, जिसमें अनेक परिवर्तन किए गए तथा राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 संपूर्ण देश में लागू हुआ. नई बातें, नए कलेवर, नई विधि, नया दर्शन, कुछ ऐसा देखने को मिल रहा है इस शिक्षा नीति में, जो करके सीखने, रोजगार, प्रयोग पर आधारित दिखाई दे रही है. इस नीति का उद्देश्य असमानताओं को दूर करने, विशेष रूप से भारतीय महिलाओं, अनुसूचित जनजातियों और अनुसूचित जाति समुदायों के लिए शैक्षिक अवसर की बराबरी करने के पर विशेष जोर देना है. साथ ही शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता को बढ़ाने, नवाचार और अनुसंधान को बढ़ावा देना, भारतीय शिक्षण व्यवस्था की वैश्विक स्तर पर पहुंच सुनिश्चित करने के लिए वैश्विक मानकों के अनुरूप नीतियों में परिवर्तन की बात की गई, जिससे आने वाले कल के समय में हमारा भारत एक ऐसा राष्ट्र हो जो संपूर्ण विश्व की अगुवाई कर सके. इस संपूर्ण नीति को धरातल पर लाने के लिए भारतीय शिक्षाविदों को आवश्यकता है प्रयोजनवाद के आदर्श पथ पर संपूर्ण रूप से चलने की. प्रयोजनवाद एवं राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020. दार्शनिक प्रयोजनवाद एक नवीनतम दार्शनिक विचारधारा है. वर्तमान युग में दर्शन और शिक्षा के विभिन्न विचारधाराओं में इस विचारधारा को सबसे अधिक मान्यता प्राप्त है. यह विचारधारा शाश्वत मूल्यों में विश्वास नहीं करता. इस विचारधारा के अतिरिक्त सभी दार्शनिक विचारधारा सत्य को अपरिवर्तनशील मानते हैं, परंतु प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार सत्य देश, काल एवं परिस्थिति के अनुसार परिवर्तित होता रहता है. इसका एक उदाहरण वर्तमान समय में कोरोना काल के दौरान ही हम सभी ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म से जुड़े, जबकि अन्य दार्शनिक विचारधारा इसको स्वीकार नहीं करते, परंतु प्रयोजनवाद के अनुसार देश काल परिस्थिति के अनुसार शिक्षा के उद्देश्यों में परिवर्तन संभव है. प्रयोजनवादियों के अनुसार जो वस्तु एक स्थान पर सत्य है, यह आवश्यक नहीं कि वह दूसरे स्थान पर भी सत्य हो. अतः कहा जा सकता है कि सत्य सदा परिवर्तनशील है. प्रयोजनवादी सत्य को व्यवहार और प्रयोजन की कसौटी पर कसकर तथा परिणाम द्वारा व्यवहार के अच्छे तथा बुरे होने की बात करते हैं. एवं शाश्वत मूल्य में विश्वास नहीं करते। यह विचारधारा लर्निंग बाय डूइंग अर्थात क्रियाशीलता पर आधारित है। इस विचार का समर्थन राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 में किया गया है। यह नीति करके सीखने पर बल देती है, जिससे वर्तमान में जो भी विद्यार्थी शिक्षा को ग्रहण करे उसके व्यवहार में जो परिवर्तन आए वह अनुभव आधारित हो। विद्यार्थी अपने अनुभव का लाभ अपने जीवन को आगे बढ़ाने में कर सके। यह नीति प्रयोग पर आधारित है, जो बालक को सिर्फ सैद्धांतिक ज्ञान की बात नहीं करता, वह बालक को प्रायोगिक ज्ञान प्रदान करना चाहता है, जिससे बालक का व्यवहारिक एवं सामाजिक विकास हो सके एवं बालक मानव प्रगति एवं वैज्ञानिक प्रगति का मार्ग प्रशस्त कर सके। प्रयोजनवाद एवं राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का मूल आधार बालक है, जिसको केंद्र मानकर शिक्षा व्यवस्था का निर्माण किया गया है। अतः कहा जा सकता है कि दोनों एक ऐसे समाज का निर्माण करना चाहते हैं जो भारत देश को विश्व के वैश्विक ज्ञान की महाशक्ति बनाना चाहते हैं। इसके लिए भारत सरकार ने सन 2030 तक 100% सकल नामांकन अनुपात का लक्ष्य रखा है तथा शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जीडीपी के 6% हिस्से को सार्वजनिक व्यय भी इस शिक्षा के तहत किया जाएगा, जिससे राज्य और केंद्र सरकार दोनों की हिस्सेदारी होगी। नेक्स्ट हेडिंग है 2047 का भारत एवं शिक्षा। वैदिक काल, बौद्ध काल, जैन काल, मुगल काल, ब्रिटिश काल एवं उसके बाद स्वतंत्र भारत के 100 वर्ष का भारत कैसा होगा, यह एक प्रश्न है जिस पर हम चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। 2047 का भारत तकनीकी का युग भारत होगा, जिससे शिक्षा जगत अछूता नहीं रहेगा। शिक्षा की मूल अवधारणा में परिवर्तन दिखाई देगा, जिसकी शुरुआत राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 में हो चुकी है। 2047 का भारत सपनों का भारत होगा और इस सपनों को पूरा करने में तकनीकी अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देगी। इस तकनीकी को शिक्षा के पाठ्यक्रम में जोड़ना अति आवश्यक है, क्योंकि जब तक पाठ्यक्रम में इसका समावेश पूर्णतः नहीं होगा, सपने पूर्ण नहीं होंगे और सपनों को पूर्ण करने में सैद्धांतिक पक्ष के साथ साथ व्यवहारिक पक्ष का समावेश होना अति आवश्यक है। इस प्रजातंत्रात्मक गणराज्य में जनता के हृदय में शिक्षा के प्रति विश्वास भरना पड़ेगा एवं इसकी नीतियों के प्रति विश्वास जागृत करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि विश्वास की जड़ें ही समाज और राष्ट्र को आगे बढ़ाने में अपना योगदान देती है। अतः एक अच्छे राष्ट्र के निर्माण में शिक्षा की नीतियों के साथ साथ प्रयोजनवादी विचारधारा का समावेश पूर्णतः किया जाए तो सन 2047 का भारत हमारे सपनों का भारत होगा, जो आधुनिक सुविधाओं से परिपूर्ण होगा और वैश्विक स्तर पर ज्ञान की महाशक्ति बनकर उभरेगा। धन्यवाद।
Sir, good evening.
Good evening.
This is Dr. Kalyan Kokne from Maharashtra. Due to network constraint, I was not able to make my presentation. Sir. So shall I make it now, sir?
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, madam. Dr. Kalyan Kokne from Maharashtra. I was not able to make my presentation.
Hello, sir. Good evening. I am
Hello.
Sarda Chaudhary sir from Diet Seeker. I can present my article. Yes, sir. I can present my article. Hello. Sir, I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please wait a minute.
Yes, I speaking. My article topic is education at the rate 75, manifestation and utility of coaching institutes in the context of Sikar district of Rajasthan, a study article. Descriptive summary in the view of all made by the Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi in 2017 in the context of Amrit Mahotsav of Independence starting from 15th August 2022. The Niti Aayog in 2018 announced the strategy for the new India at the rate 75. Importance of practical education is felt right away, and in order to make it accessible to all, many efforts are being made by the public, private, and other voluntary organizations. Despite of the implementation of the incentive scheme in the form of Right to Education and Compulsory Child Education Act, as well as many scholarships, the student is constantly getting attracted towards the coaching institutes, which is contemplated to the more useful for him in this competitive world. Terminology is that National Education Policy 2020, Niti Aayog, Coaching Institute as NEET and JEE. General introduction. Education has been considered as an essential process for the development of human mental abilities. Any boy or girl can properly fulfill the responsibility towards his or her family. In appears that coaching institutes has taken our school completely. NEET, JEE, NDS, CDS, CLET, etc. Budget is allocated separately to by the central and state government in the field of education. It is said that in this 75 years, there has been continuous development in the field of education in India. The percent of literacy.
Could you please point it up?
Literacy is 74.24%, which has only 12% in the time of Independence Day. Study justification and importance. The justifications in view of these points for students. Every student want to preparing in well-developed education to passing competitive examination. Coaching institutes are providing them beneficial environment and other planning study materials, and entry in employable study areas. Yes, ma'am.
Please wind it up, ma'am. We are running out of time, actually.
Okay, madam.
Thank you.
For society, chalo, okay, thank you, madam. Objective of study. Thanks, madam, providing me chance. Okay.
Good evening, sir. Dr. Kalyan Kokne from Maharashtra. Hello. May I make my presentation?
How many presenters are left?
Yes, sir. My presentation
is the last one in our list, sir, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Kalyan, sir, please make it 3 minutes only, please.
Okay, thank you very much. The title of my paper is Indian Diaspora at 75. The Indian diaspora has been established as a soft power in the recent times. Indian diaspora has not only been contributing to economical factor, but also to the factors like literature, socio-cultural, as well as anthological and economical sectors. After 75 years of India's independence, the diaspora has been achieved as a power at political, literary, as well as economical scene. In 2021, more than 30 million in diaspora has been contributing to the migrant lands by filling the labor needs, to pay taxes, add diversity, to share new ideas, enrich culture, and strengthen the global economics. The author of this paper has made an attempt to study the present contribution of Indian diaspora. Has been greatly contributed to the sectors like literature, socio-cultural, and economic. The government organization, International Organization for Migration, has stated forth some of the facts like NIRs as well as PIOs have contributed 5.5 lakh crore in 2018. UNO said in its report that In the year 2015, the largest immigrants from India have migrated to the world. The report of 2012 says that more than 10 lakh students have been studying abroad. These students have been studying in almost 50% of the American universities. So this is the fact. Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs has termed as per NRI and PIOs and classified them at 4 types. The first, migration for livelihood. Second, the colonial period. The migrants have been transported to Fiji, South Africa, Trinidad, Tobago, Suriname as a farm laborers. Third, after the independence of India, the Indian citizens residing abroad have green card. And fourth, the migrants researching students as floating. In 2021, more than 30 million Indians live abroad. As per the record of 1st January 2021, the government of India has launched the scheme Vande Mataram, which has rescued more than 45 lakh migrants during the COVID-19 pandemic. After 75 years of India's independence, the diaspora has been known as a soft power. The Indian diaspora has been achieved as a power at political, literary, and economical scene. The Indian diaspora, like Aniruddha Jagannath at Mauritius, Mahendra Singh Chowdhury at Fiji, Leo Varadkar at Ireland, Kamala Harris becomes the Vice President of America, Sundar Pichai becomes the Secretary of Google, Satya Nadella at Microsoft earned their fame at these countrysides. The government of India has started the programs like Know India program to promote the diasporic people to know India, its culture as well as historical heritage. In the pre-independence India, the Indian diaspora has been termed as brain drain, while after independence, it's become the asset of India and becomes the soft power. A large amount has been contributed to them, to the India's economy. I would like to sum up my research paper. Indian diaspora shall be one of the soft power and asset to India at its 75. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity, and thank you very much for the organizers for this wonderful organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now we're at the end of this session. So I would like to congratulate to all of the paper presenters for their nice presentation, and papers from various disciplines of social science and literature have been presented here. So I am personally delighted to listen all of the papers. So I would like to request to the audience, if there is any questions or any observations, and you can ask. I can give you only 5 minutes. Okay. So if there is any question and observation on any paper on behalf of the presenters or on behalf of the organizer, then question can be raised and observation can be made to a particular presenter. So now floor is open. If there is no question and observation, then I would like to request to the organizer, Dr. Partha ma'am, to conclude the session or make some comments or observations, or if you have any message to the presenters, you can also convey.
No particular messages here, sir. And I thank you wholeheartedly for sparing your valuable time with us, even after the regular working hours, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
You are most welcome, ma'am. Okay, best wishes to all. I would like to request to the organizer, you can think over the publication of the best papers after peer review. Then it will be valuable additions to the study of social sciences.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. We will do so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Shall we close the session now, sir?